and Ed Ford on the call up over top of where we are sitting. South Coast Conference trying to range back. Alex Ramirez is trying to get up to this ball. He ends up getting that one dispossessed, and it will be taken by Adrian Gutierrez. Gutierrez with the ball. Little floater near side, right back to Martinez. That gets kicked out and kicked away, and it will be a throw-in coming up. Santana Mercado is on this right-hand side. He's had a nice season for Fresno. And again, all of these players are going to be sophomores, or not going to be sophomores. They are sophomores, hence the showcase where a lot of different four-year universities are here to be able to find themselves the talent that they need to make their programs successful. Mercado is going to swing it over to his right to Adriel Roca. Roca, liner down the middle, doesn't connect, and Cesar Garcia is off to the races. Garcia, it's a 1-on-2 if he hurries. Garcia still with it, still going 1-on-2. He's got possession, gets away from Marcos Samaniego. Here's a shot that goes in on goal and just goes wide. So it looked like that may have been Zendejas on that left-hand side. And actually, it will end up being Jordi Pineda. So that's a third shot so far for the South Coast Conference, one of which has been on goal. And Vic Singh has himself a save in this one. Ryan Osborn, Joseph Pavlenko over to my left as well. And Joe, you and I have seen a lot of community college soccer throughout the season, and especially over the last three. And then if you look at sportsnetusa.net, we broadcasted quite a lot of soccer here with Saddleback, Cypress. We've had a lot of different teams across the state be on the air here on sportsnetusa.net. This is just an opportunity for four-year universities to get an extra chance to look at some of the excellent talent that goes on across the state.
Yes.
Ball on the near side. It's going to go out. Throw in coming up. Stepping up to this will end up being Anthony Malta out of Taft. Malta brings it in. He'll go to Santana Mercado. Mercado on the crosser. Intercepted nicely by Giovanni Sotelo. Sotelo now with Zendejas. Zendejas with the Meg. He's going to go right down the middle of the park. You see everything developing. He'll scoot it over to his left to Jordi Pineda. Pineda looking for someone. He'll find the little layover to Nathan Ventura. Ventura keeping possession. South Coast, for the most part, has had the majority of the possession in this one as Jaden Hancock ranges back for it. Hancock with it once more, and he'll find Peñaloza. Peñaloza looking for the right side of the pitch. Ends up going along the touchline, and it will stay. So taken away by the Central Valley, and they will scoot it all the way back to Sing. Lineups for both these two teams. We'll start with the South Coast Conference in green on the near side of the field that you are watching. Alessandro Martinez is the starting goalkeeper in this one. He'll also be joined by Jaden Hancock and Joshua Zendejas. Takumi Yasui out of El Camino and Nathan Ventura, also out of El Camino, will be out there as well. Cameron Hatankani out of Golden West College. Yes, that is an Orange Empire Conference team, but, of course, with all the rosters needing to be filled and making sure that all the talent has the chance to be showcased, a guy like Hatankani ends up coming out and helping out the South Coast Conference. Daniel Gonzalez out of LA Harbor will be joined by Cesar Garcia out of Long Beach. And then Alex Ramirez from LA Harbor and Diego Peñaloza from Long Beach, with Jordi Pineda from Long Beach finishing off the lineup with Luis Avalar from El Camino. We'll get to the Central Valley in just a couple of moments. This one is looped up into the air, sent down, and it will find the awaiting foot of Peñaloza. Peñaloza active in the early going. Giovanni Sotelo, he'll range back, kind of playing as the center back in this lineup for the South Coast. So we mentioned the lineup on the other side for the Central Valley. Vic Singh is the one who gets the start in goal. They're not going to go with any subs in this one, and it's a straight 11 for the Central Valley Conference. Amar Malhi out of Clovis will be joined by Adrian Gutierrez, also out of Clovis. Marcos Samaniego out of Fresno will be joined by his regular teammates, Adriel Roca and Cole Kieslar. Those are the Fresno trio who will end up being joined, as this is a shot that ends up going high and wide. They'll be joined by Santana Mercado as well. Anthony Malta out of Taft with Jose Luis Covarrubias from Taft, and Sebastian Montoya and Christian Rubio, those last two from Merced. That's the 11 for the Central Valley as we are back underway. That's the third shot for the South Coast Conference that took place just a few moments ago. Excuse me, the fourth shot, and only one of them has been on frame. Moving back for this will end up being Samaniego. He scoots one to his right. Now an opportunity as a bouncer ends up deflecting off of two. Offsides against the Central Valley as Santana Mercado was trying to get an offensive opportunity. On the right is Alex Ramirez. Ramirez joined by Joshua Zendejas. Zendejas to Takumi Yasui. Only two we haven't seen for the South Coast Conference to this point are Luis Avalar, in addition to Cameron Hatankani. Ball on the left-hand side. It will find its way back over towards Ramirez. Now Peñalosa with Sotelo. Compton product tries to scoot away from two. Finally laid back down to Yasui. Yasui right down the middle. Little hopper. Three bounces, and it finds its way onto the foot of Adrian Gutierrez. Gutierrez goes back, and he'll find the back line with Samaniego. Gutierrez playing catch there with Samaniego, nearly taken away by Cesar Garcia, but it deflects onto the awaiting foot of Sebastian Montoya. Montoya, right-hand side. Adriel Roca is asking for it. Whistle that you hear actually comes from the field directly behind us, which you can tune into if you want to watch some women's soccer here on sportsnetusa.net. Mark Pavlovich is on the call there. Little scooter trying to go for the give and go is Anthony Malta. Malta had a nice season for Taft. He sees this one get or scooted away from him, and Adrian Gutierrez has to come back for it, and he'll be there with Christian Rubio. All the way back to Vic Singh. Now, Joe, in your own opinion, you look at these athletes, they're playing with a lot of guys that they really just haven't had a chance to play with before. Maybe they've had one, maybe 2 days to be able to kind of warm up with each other, trying to establish chemistry and also positioning as well. Kind of difficult for these student athletes to really get into a rhythm when they're learning everyone's tendencies.
Yeah, it's something that it doesn't look like I believe you said it's the South Coast, South Conference, the green Christmas tree colored side of the field, is having that much difficulty dealing with, seeing as they've got, what you say earlier, Ryan, 4 shots on goal, 1 on frame, compared to the north side of the field where they're trying to create some opportunities, but say South maybe gelling together, maybe got a couple extra practice minutes, made a few more friends, exchanged some phone numbers, you know.
Some Instagram handles and then some lunch plans made as well, as it's going to go over to the Central Valley. They've got it back. Little scooter that goes from Sebastian Montoya. And you mentioned that too. The South Coast, for the most part in this one, has had the majority of the time of possession. And again, we were mentioning it before. It's going to be 30-minute halves in this showcase because there will be so many games that will end up being broadcast and played live here on sportsnetusa.net, live from Saddleback College. 2 30-minute halves. We're just about 15 minutes gone here in the first half of play.
As opposed to a regular soccer match where you play 2 45-minute halves, and that makes a 90-minute game. That
is very true. As that ball goes over towards the right, and it will find the awaiting foot of Alex Ramirez. Ryan Osborn, Albert Robles, in addition to Joseph Pavlenko.
Hi.
Live here on sportsnetusa.net. And again, we will have more matchups coming up for you at 11:15. That's the next one that will take place, the Big 8 versus the Inland Empire. Next opportunity to see the showcase continue live as this ball goes over towards the left side of the pitch. Looking to attack is the Central Valley. They go right down the middle. Sotelo is there. He's able to take it away. So Sotelo has been pretty active in the early going, and he has had his chances to get takeaways. He's got 2 already. And finally, it goes back to Joshua Zendejas.
We don't call them turnovers?
We only call them turnovers if they're forced.
Okay.
Actually, excuse me, if they are unforced. So let's reverse that. It's a turnover if it's an unforced. issue. It's a takeaway if you very literally take it away.
It's also a turnover. If it's a delicious puff pastry that comes out of the oven that's been set to about 350.
That is very true, as both of these two teams are trying to find that pastry and get on the board early. Nothing doing there as Central Valley tries to catch back up to it. Little scooter that goes to Anthony Malta, and he's going to reset by way of Sebastian Montoya. The Montoya watching it, and he'll bring it all the way back. Here on SportsNetUSA.net, if you had the opportunity to join us throughout the entirety of the regular season and also postseason with Saddleback, with Cypress as well, we thank you for continually, if I can get the words out correctly, supporting these student athletes and watching junior college or community college athletics, which is very literally, as you can see here with this type of showcase, the future of this sport. As this ball goes over towards the left, and it will be taken away. Finally booted down and into the awaiting feet of the Central Valley. Looking to attack on that far side. Opportunity is going to go back to Cole Kiesler. Kiesler sees that one turned over, and he'll have to watch on as it will end up being right back to South Coast. So South Coast with the ball. They'll bring it on this right side of the pitch near the benches where it is taken away nicely for a moment, but it looks like it will end up being a foul that gets called against the Central Valley. Central Valley with Anthony Malta on that far side of the pitch. He scored 5 goals and added 4 assists. And a game winner against Canyons off of an assist from Adrian Alvarez. It's a nice little successful campaign there for Anthony Malta, and he's trying to get his name going here in the showcase. Ball to the right, it goes to Daniel Gonzalez. Gonzalez watching on, as is Hatan Khani over to our right, just in front of the benches. It's kind of a difficult position here, Joe, especially for the subs for any of the teams here that are at the showcase. It's tough to be able to look at the subs and say, hey, you know that you're going to be splitting time. Most likely you're going to get one half, and the guy that you're replacing will get the first half. And it's tough to make that decision and look at these guys and say, okay, hey, you know that you ended up traveling down here. You're going to get a chance to play in front of scouts, but also we've got other guys who are going to need a chance, as this is a through ball that is played all the way down here against Yasui. Yasui, nice play to get it away to Alessandro Martinez. Martinez finds the foot of Alex Ramirez, and Ramirez will play it all the way back to Takumi Yasui out of El Camino.
Well, that's a great point that you're kind of bringing up, Ryan. And you've been here and had a chance to talk to some of the coaches around the event a little bit more than I have this morning. So they're fielding 11-man teams, playing 2 30-minute halves, which makes a 60-minute full-time match. 11 guys on the field. You're saying subs, so how many people did each conference end up bringing, and are they how many more than 11 is each conference on their roster, if you know that from talking to the coaches this morning?
Well, for the most part, it's not necessarily a set number. From what we saw, it is about 11 for half the rosters here, and then the other half of the rosters either have 1 or 2 subs. We have not seen anything more than just 2 subs, and in those cases as well, of the 2 subs, usually one of them is a goalkeeper. So this one is scooted away to the other side, which is a little bit easier to be able to look at a goalkeeper and say, hey, you're going to get 1 30-minute half. The guy next to you is going to get the other 30. So you can still both get yourself into a rhythm. A little more difficult if you're subbing someone in like a center back or a forward, or maybe like a true 9 or something, where you know that those guys have to get into a rhythm to be able to have their best effectiveness and their best showcase.
Well, and that seems kind of like a fair shake to go. We know earlier this morning, I looked at the schedule, they had the goalkeeper showcase, and that's probably an easier pill for a goalkeeper to swallow, knowing that you're probably featured in that showcase, and then, yeah, maybe you only get a half, but you had the whole showcase to also show off what you're capable of doing.
Yeah, and it was a nice opportunity for the goalkeepers. They were all lined up here on this second field, getting a chance to kind of display the skill set that they have, and then also their agility and ability to make decisions on the fly. This one's lined down the middle, almost finds its way down to Daniel Gonzalez, intercepted nicely and taken away by Adriel Roca. Roca out of Fresno, one of 4 here from Fresno, as that will be a foul against the South Coast Conference. Haven't had a shot in a while. We're close to 20 minutes gone here in the first half of play, as the first matchup of the afternoon is well underway between the Central Valley in red and the South Coast Conference in green. It's kind of difficult here too, Joe, because how often have you and I broadcasting community college soccer here on sportsnetusa.net as this ball is going to be scooted over towards the middle, taken away nicely by Adrian Gutierrez. Gutierrez on his left to Kiesler. Kiesler looking for a teammate, going one-on-one. Kiesler all the way to his right foot, lines this one down the middle, and it's intercepted and popped up over top by Sotelo. We're going to get our first substitution of this first half of play, as Giovanni Sotelo is going to make the play there and immediately get subbed out for Cameron Hatankani. The other thing is too, Joe, and I didn't end up getting clarification from the league coordinators.
How dare they?
But we may also see open subbing too, so it may not just be where a guy doesn't end up getting to play the rest of a showcase. You may see, just like you see in the regular season in 3C2A, as this one is well over top and high. It doesn't go as a shot. But you may end up seeing something where multiple guys rotate in and out, so that way everyone does have a chance to get themselves into a rhythm.
That makes sense. Holiday season, Christmas colors, all the subs. That's their gift today.
Giving everyone an opportunity to get showcased to the best of their ability. Ball is taken away. This is going to go right to Alex Ramirez, who takes a shot, and a save is made by Alessandro Martinez. Ramirez on the quick turn, ended up being a turnover for the South Coast Conference, but Alessandro Martinez makes his first save of the day. That's actually the first shot that gets credited to the Central Valley. So Alex Ramirez is the one who gets credit for it, and the Central Valley will take it right back. And Joe, it's real difficult there for Alessandro Martinez on that quick turnover to find his line and then also set and make the play.
Those were 2 great, I'm going to say, string of plays in a row, though. Central Valley kind of seems like there's some sharks. They can smell the blood in the water. They had that first scoring opportunity where it became a corner kick, and then as the South tried to move the ball back up the field, they went, no. We want another try. We almost got it. Let's give us one more shot. And he cannoned that at the goalie.
And Martinez, like you mentioned, nice play to be able to be square to it, as this one is turned over and it goes right back to South Coast. South Coast moving up with Jaden Hancock. Hancock looking for a teammate now on the turn. He'll spin it right back. Little off-footer. He lines that to the left-hand side, where it will end up finding the foot of Cameron Hatankani. Hatankani trying to attack on this left-hand side. Nicely taken away there by Samaniego, and he will earn a free kick. So Samaniego with a couple of nice plays in this one, as he's able to positionally get that away. And it will be to the advantage of the Central Valley. Approximately 23 minutes gone here in the first half of play. Just under 7 left here in the first half, as it will end up being a changeover after halftime, which will only be about 5 minutes of a break, and we'll have our second 30. And again, only about 10 minutes of lapse time in between the scheduled games. So this one is over towards the left. Nicely placed, but an even better takeaway on this one as Jordi Pineda will take it back. Cameron Hatankani looking for a teammate, gets that one dispossessed now to Sebastian Montoya. Montoya on the back pedal. Swings it all the way back, and it will go to Christian Rubio. So here's Rubio playing catch down the middle, and it will find Samaniego.
Catch? They use their hands?
Yeah, it's the same thing. You're catching the ball with your foot. You're making sure that your touch is clean.
Kickball?
Yeah.
Okay.
Joshua Zendejas goes back for it. Samaniego up into the air. Headed nicely under control. Little 1-2 here from Central Valley. Line down the middle, and that one is deflected away. Getting into the passing lane there was Diego Peñalosa.
Those shots on goal are coming with some authority. I'm hearing those impacts way up here, Ryan.
Another thing, too, is that what you and I are used to, we're a little bit further away and up in shaded by a press box. This is a nice little change of vantage point for both Joe and I as
I don't like change. It makes me uncomfortable.
we get the opportunity to see this one be scooped away and hit up into the netting. That will end up going down as a shot. Not a shot on goal, but a shot nonetheless. And that is the 5th shot for the South Coast Conference. 1 save for the Central Valley and 1 save for South Coast. So Vic Singh with 1 to his credit. And this one goes back. And again, visual confirmation here that what we were told before on this field is going to continue to remain the same. Next couple teams coming up on our right, the Big 8 taking on the Inland Empire, as the Big 8 will be dressed in red. The Inland Empire is here in green. Beautiful setting here at Saddleback as we overlook the hills beyond the 5 freeway. If you haven't had a chance to watch a game here at Saddleback, cannot recommend it enough, as this one is scooted up towards Hatankami, who goes center lane drive. Waits for a teammate, looking for someone, tries to go through on the left-hand side over towards Daniel Gonzalez, and that ball is intercepted nicely. Liner, near side, playing it through. Here's a chance. Ends up going to Kiesler. Kiesler on the turn, looking for his right foot. Now he finds someone down the middle, a shot, and a goal. Santana Mercado is the one who ends up getting that one. And we're going to call it in the 27th minute. So just before the first half comes to a close. 27th minute goal. It is Mercado who gets on the board, and the assist will officially go to Kiesler. And Joe, you look at that last play, it forms very quickly. It's a nice through ball from the center circle over towards the left-hand side. Kiesler corrals it, and all he does is just wait for someone to end up curling back towards the top of the box, and he finds that someone, and it's in the net.
It must be something that I want to say they worked through before, but also I'm hearing, again, things we're not used to hearing from our normal broadcasting venues, and lots of chatter on the field. So it could have been some heads-up play calling to make sure he had that foot to find that found the back of the net.
So Mercado with the goal, another shot for the Central Valley. That's actually only their 2nd shot so far, their 2nd on goal. And it's interesting because the Central Valley has not controlled the time of possession nor pace of play, and yet they have the 1-0 lead.
Well, I mean, one of the themes of some of our other broadcasts this season, Ryan, had been, sometimes you just need that lucky bounce. I think that play was a little bit more than just a lucky bounce going in your favor. But, just because you're maintaining most of the possession doesn't mean those scoring opportunities will prove fruitful.
Yeah, Sui ends up getting called for a foul here as he tries to gain possession. South Coast was pushing up and ahead. They end up having to give it right back to the Central Valley with Samaniego. Marcos Samaniego had himself a nice season. 22 games, got a goal against Chabot. Actually ended up being the game winner in that one. And he's been one of the main catalysts for this Fresno team up north. That led to a lot of their success. And it's also interesting, too, for Fresno, if I'm not mistaken, they actually made it to the 4th round of the playoffs. They went on a run that a lot of people were real happy to see because their head coach, Coach Solberg, is retiring at the end of this season. And just to see them go to actually the 3rd round of the playoffs, there were a lot of different fans of 3C2A soccer who are really rooting for Fresno, and rightfully so, because Coach Solberg has had a big impact with that Fresno program. So this is going to go back to Kiesler. Kiesler, little dropper. Header isn't there, but here's a volley chance that ends up going too low for Anthony Malta. Looking for the counter the other way is going to be Alex Ramirez out of LA Harbor. Ramirez to the right. He'll find Daniel Gonzalez. Gonzalez, little one-touch give and go, goes back to Ramirez. Ramirez is taken down. Free kick coming up. And we've only got a few more seconds at least of this approximate first half left. Both officials kind of checking their watches, seeing what they've got to work with. 1-0. The Central Valley leads it over top of the South Coast Conference. Ball up into the air. Vic Singh having to go back for it. He'll punch it out with two hands and cleared away. And that will end the first half of play. So 30 minutes in the books of our first game here on SportsNetUSA.net. Ryan Osborn, Albert Robles, and Joseph Pavlenko bringing you the Central Valley and the South Coast Conference. It's 1-0 Central Valley at the end of the first half of play. You are watching the Sophomore Showcase here for the CCCSCA here on SportsNetUSA.net. Ryan Osborn, Albert Robles, Joseph Pavlenko. Albert over to my left on the technical direction here, making sure that you are able to see everything that you've got going on here on field number 2. And Joe, I'll bring you into this. When you look at that first half of play, very clearly South Coast controlled the pace. They controlled the time of possession. In the early going, they also had 4 shots, one of which ended up on frame, but they just weren't able to get the marker that they were looking for.
No, and you saw the Central Valley it was, right, end up being able to find the back of the net, and that's in the closing minutes of the first half. We saw few more fouls happen. I'm not going to say I expect any of these matches to be especially chippy because these should be friendlies, right? Sophomore showcase. But ego is a thing, right? And so I think that's why we saw some extra shoves in those closing minutes. I think that's hopefully going to be an outlier for what should be a showcase and essentially a bunch of friendlies where you're trying to showcase your best.
Yeah, and I think you also have to look at the fact that oftentimes a lot of these guys have played against each other for years on end. Yes, I know it's Northern California versus Southern California, but each guy has their own club team, or they've played against a team up north. I mean, look at a team like Fullerton College. They played northern teams for the most part in their entire preseason. Then you look at other teams across Southern California, they're more than happy to play those Central Valley teams or those Central California teams on and off again throughout the entirety of the regular season in the early going. So these are guys who maybe have played against each other quite a bit. They could have also had familiarity in being on the same club teams as well when they were younger, in junior high, elementary, even up to high school too. They played against each other in high school. They have familiarity. So I think when you're looking at it, you're not exactly going to see an all-star showcase from like other sports that you would see where it's just kind of guys just kind of, just laying it out there, being happy to be out. They're actually trying to showcase their talent because, again, they have a good chance of getting looked at by a wide number of scouts from not only across California but across the nation. And this is their chance to be able to put their talents on display.
So, throwing at you, Ryan, we've got the showcase. The South seemed like they gelled a little bit earlier in the match. The Central Valley ended up finding a marker, found the back of the net in the, I'll say, closing minutes of the first half. What do you think that's going to do momentum-wise? Both these squads, like you said in the opening minutes, haven't played a lot together. They've had maybe a week, if they're lucky, to try to gel and form a cohesive 11-man unit, right? So how much do you think getting a marker either in closing minutes or early minutes could affect momentum moving forward as everybody's trying to do their best out here?
You know what? It's going to be interesting because if it was just a regular season game with opponents that we were used to and what we've seen on SportsNetUSA.net for Saddleback and Cypress, you would say getting a goal at the end of a half is one of the most crucial things you can do. It gives you momentum going into the half. It gives you an uplift going into the half. And that speech at halftime is a lot more fun to have to digest, and especially coming out of halftime, it gives you an extra chance to regroup and say, okay, we're able to get the ball into the back of the net, we can do it again, we can apply some pressure. But it's different here when you have this type of showcase where you have guys who haven't necessarily played together quite a lot. They haven't gelled. They haven't had that chemistry opportunity. They're also trying to put their talents on display, like we mentioned, for these scouts and for these recruiters. So traditionally, yes, a goal towards the back half of a half is going to give you a lot of momentum and a lot of confidence going forward. But we're going to have to see what the first 5 minutes look like coming out of halftime. It could be exactly the same. That's just the game of soccer. That's just the game of football. But it'll be intriguing to see how these teams respond coming out of halftime too, because you also have to think of the fact that they're probably being coached by guys that they haven't been coached by before. You got different head coaches for each conference that are coming down here and giving direction to these guys that maybe a lot of these guys have never actually heard from before. They don't know the coaching style, or they could gel with it even more than they do than the other coaches that they've experienced across their career. You just don't know, considering the differences that go on in a showcase type of event like this. So coming out here in just a couple of moments, we'll reset the lineups once they get all set. Just a quick update from the women's side of the sophomore showcase. The South Coast Conference and Central Valley is also going on the other side, and ironically, it's flipped. Time of possession has been controlled by the Central Valley, but they are currently trailing 1-0 to the South Coast Conference. Getting set here for the second half of play. Just to reset the lineups as we get set for the second 30 in just a couple of moments. South Coast Conference is going to start off with, I believe, it will be Jaden Hancock, Joshua Zendejas, both out of El Camino, and Takumi Yasui. And again, both of those two, or all three of those guys from El Camino, and they're joined by Nathan Ventura. 4 different guys out of El Camino, and they should add one in Luis Avelar, who will end up taking over the goalkeeping duties in the second half here. Cameron Hatan-Kani will stay on the pitch, and he will also be joined by Daniel Gonzalez, Cesar Garcia, Alex Ramirez, and Diego Peñaloza. Jordi Pineda is going to round out the lineup. So again, Avelar out of El Camino, Hatan-Kani out of Golden West, Daniel Gonzalez, LA Harbor, Cesar Garcia, Long Beach, Alex Ramirez, LA Harbor, Diego Peñaloza also out of Long Beach with Jordi Pineda as well. Alessandro Martinez and Giovanni Sotelo will begin the second half on the bench. Underway here in the second half of play, as we have been pretty good about sticking to a 30-minute half in that first half of play.
Don't jinx us.
That's very true. You might have a point there. South Coast with the ball to start off the second half. Coming out, the same 11 for the Central Valley. Like we said, they are just a straight 11 roster. Starting off with Jaden Hancock is South Coast. He'll swing it over to his left. Lineup here for Central Valley will be Vic Singh out of Clovis, along with Amar Malhi and Adrian Gutierrez. All three of those guys as a part of that Clovis Crush program. Marcos Samaniego with Fresno, and then Adriel Roca and Cole Kiesler, in addition to Santana Mercado, who has the goal earlier in this one. All 4 of those guys out of Fresno, with Anthony Malta from Taft, Jose Luis Covarrubias from Taft, and then Sebastian Montoya and Christian Rubio, both out of Merced. South Coast Conference with the ball. They will bring it on back. Look to go right down the middle of the frame. Trying to get an equalizing marker here. Right down the middle is Jaden Hancock. Hancock now to Hatan-Kani. Hatan-Kani with the ball. Trying to go to the near side. Taken away by the South Coast Conference only for a moment there, as Garcia was trying to catch up to it but wouldn't get there in time. Over to the right, it will land. Little liner to Sebastian Montoya. Diego Peñaloza watching on. Peñaloza out of Long Beach. Now to Cesar Garcia. Garcia had a few good touches and runs on the left-hand side of the pitch in the first 30 of play. On the scoot back, Daniel Gonzalez with it once more to Hancock. Hancock, Hatan-Kani looking back for Hancock. Keeper comes out, and that will end up being Luis Avelar. Or excuse me, Vic Singh, who ends up calling for it, and he will successfully take over. For Vic Singh out of Clovis, he started a total of 15 games this season. Only conceded 20 goals, 64 saves, and a .762 save percentage. He also add in 4 shutouts and a 5-6-4 record. One thing about Singh, though, he's very cerebral, as we have been told, in his approach to the game. As this one is taken away, South Coast with it once more. They've got it for a moment with Jordy Pineda. Pineda, little loop back over towards Diego Peñalosa, and he's going to reset all the way back with Nathan Ventura. Going back to Vic Singh, we mentioned just how good he is in terms of thinking the game, as we have been told by the coaching staffs. For Vic Singh, 3.8 GPA, Dean's List selection, in addition to his first team all-conference selection. We're also told he's excellent when it comes to one-on-one situations. This ball goes back, little tug from behind. That should be a foul, and it is indeed.
Do you have any other accolades or awards from him? Does he like long walks on the beach?
Not much more after that.
Okay.
But yeah, that is the most part of it for Singh, as he's going to direct traffic and make sure that the spacing is good. Samaniego back with it. He'll go right down the middle of the frame. Now looking over to his left to Adrian Gutierrez. So far, Joe, just kind of looks like we're right back to that feeling out process, which is to be expected in a showcase like this. Quick on the dive here is Amar Malhi. Malhi trying to get it to a teammate, gets that one dispossessed nicely. And Peñalosa is the one to take it away. He'll go back to Avalar. Avalar with Nathan Ventura. And Ventura decides to give it up to Jordy Pineda. 1-0 is our score. The Central Valley with the lead over the South Coast Conference off of a 27th minute Santana Mercado goal, as he was assisted by Kiesler. And anyone who has watched Fresno and Fresno City throughout the entirety of the year, they are not unfamiliar with those two guys and the way that they have been able to play throughout the season. Those two teammates on that Fresno program. Ball along the touchline, nice scoot away. It's going to go down towards the left. Here's a chance for the South Coast. Here's Hatankani, dribbles his way into traffic, gets that one off his foot and out. Are they going to say it's a corner kick? It will end up being a goal kick. Talking about Cole Kiesler, 6 goals, 6 assists, 4 game winners. Had back-to-back games with a goal against Merced and Sequoias. And he continued his momentum that he had the previous season with 3 goals and 2 assists in 2024. Ball taken on the left. They're going to play it out the back with Singh. Singh, heavy pressure. Gets away from Garcia, and he'll find Samaniego. Samaniego, little backspin floater that goes towards midfield, and it is taken away by the South Coast. Trying to get the equalizer here is South Coast going in a one-on-one battle against Jordy Pineda. And Samaniego will end up getting the benefit of that call. Nice positioning there by Samaniego as he is able to win the one-on-one battle. On the turn. Nicely played, possessed by Sebastian Montoya. Montoya out of Merced. Had an assist this season. Played mainly the back half of the year. And his assist was ironically enough against Fresno City on November the 14th. Down the middle, here's a chance, a shot deflects up. It will go into the awaiting arms of Avalar. That ball got partially blocked. And Avalar, nice job to stay attentive to it and make sure that his reflexes were online to get himself an opportunity to make the save. Now left-hand side of the park, coming down towards the bottom of the screen is the South Coast Conference in green. Again, if you didn't join us in the early going of this one, the northern teams, as this one is checked down towards Garcia, goes off of 2, finally cleared away well by Adriel Roca. But if you didn't join us earlier today, the teams from Southern California are going to be in green. Teams from Northern California are going to be in red. We will have the men's bracket here on field number 2. The women's bracket also live here on SportsNetUSA.net with Mark Pavlovich and Ed Ford on the call as they are currently live also right here on sportsnetusa.net. So if you're looking for more community college soccer and more from this sophomore showcase, all you have to do is go to that live tab here on sportsnetusa.net's YouTube page. You can see what's going on the women's side of things in this sophomore showcase. Ball down the middle to the waiting foot of Christian Rubio. Rubio with it. Now to Adriel Roca. Roca, high floater looking for someone. He's got it for a second. Looks like he was trying to find Anthony Malta. Malta on the pressure. Still going one-on-one against Peñalosa. And Peñalosa looks for the outlet. Taken away nicely by Malhi. Malhi looking right down the middle. That gets cleared away. Adrian Gutierrez back with it. Gutierrez. Now for Garcia, who takes a shot that gets blocked. Sebastian Montoya is actually the one who ends up taking that one. South Coast Conference had 5 shots in the first half, and one of them was on frame. They just haven't been able to get that same quality of possession that we saw in the first 10 minutes or so. And Joe, I mean, you look at the style of play in between these two teams, it just seems like the team that's going from south to north, or I guess if you really want to be technical with the positioning of Saddleback College, you're technically going east to west towards the coast. But it seems like whoever's going towards that way, forward, is the one who has had the majority of the chances. Here's South Coast, a chance.
I'm
Great
still
job.
lost in Barstow. Well, where are we going?
Nice job here by Zendejas to get away from 2. Found some open space and loops it back to Hatan Khani. Hatan Khani watching on. Now towards the left-hand side. Intercepted nicely by Kiesler. Kiesler is all over the place in this one. He's got an assist. Already has 2 different crossers down the middle that he was able to establish some offense on. As we're coming up on 11 minutes played here in the second half between the South Coast Conference and the Central Valley. Central Valley leads it 1-0. Ryan Osborn, Albert Robles, Joseph Pavlenko live here on sportsnetusa.net. As the South Coast tries to build something here, they end up stringing together 3 straight passes, couldn't get the 4th that they were looking for, as Samaniego is going to have to push it up with his right foot. He decides to lay it over towards Malhi. Amar Malhi on the watch. Now he's going to see this one popped over towards the left by Sebastian Montoya. Montoya down the middle. He'll find Adriel Roca. For Roca, he played in 24 games overall, 1 assist to his credit. That assist actually came off of a goal by Haris Funes against Taft earlier this season. Wing battle on the right. Peñalosa is the one who ends up getting to it. 2 guys fighting for it. Malhi is still trying to find his way back to it. And it's Peñalosa who lines it off of it. Looked like Malhi and out. And it will be a throw-in coming up.
I think what also makes these teams a little different, Ryan, is the South seems like they favor a little bit more of just trying to run it down their throat, send the long ball, chase it, run down the throat. Central Valley players seem like they're favoring a lot more of the pass around, the kickball, find the optimum positioning, distribute the ball, create space, find open lanes, pass the ball. Even when you see them in coverage, like in this play it's developing, there's always, you know, 1 key defender, and then it seems like 2 Central Valley players kind of flanking in formation, ready to help, as Gordon Bombay would say, pick up the trash.
And it is interesting to see how the different styles of play end up developing, right? Because you're looking at natural evolutions. We've already mentioned more than a few times that these players haven't necessarily had the best opportunity to gain as much chemistry as they would like. But you're watching this in live just be the IQ of soccer players that know the game. They know how to play. They know what positioning they should take. They also know some of their teammates who are on the field. They may not know everyone, but they know some of the guys that they have chemistry with. And you're seeing just kind of a natural state of, hey, where can I find the open space? What lane do I have to protect? What lane do I have to go into to create offense? And it's just developing naturally for both of these two teams. So you're seeing almost an identity being created for both these two sides, just based off of how the talents of each individual player are just kind of complementing each other. Here goes the South Coast. They're trying to equalize here. Again, Central Valley with the ball, or excuse me, with the goal. They have a 1-0 lead. 14 minutes gone here in the second half. So just about 15 and a half left in the final frame here against Central Valley and South Coast. Goal was scored by Santana Mercado off the assist from Kiesler. Ball towards the touchline. Here's Garcia. He wants to move back, nearly gets double teamed, able to work away from it. Nice job to get away from pressure. Peñalosa on the drop back to Nathan Ventura. And Ventura says, hello, Luis Avalar out of El Camino, my fellow teammate. We are going to just drop this back and get ourselves a reset. 1-0. Once again, Central Valley with the lead. Foul against, it looks like, Sebastian Montoya. And it will be a free kick coming up for the Central Valley. So South Coast trying to build their way forward. Switching it over towards the left-hand side of the park. If you're watching online here on sportsnetusa.net. We're going to have more than a few games here coming up on sportsnetusa.net. Quick little live update from the women's side of the showcase that is happening over our right shoulders. And the South Coast Conference is also playing the Central Valley. And South Coast with a 1-0 lead with just about 15 minutes left in the second half over there. High backspun floater that goes towards Garcia. Garcia's looking for someone, looking for a teammate. Fires this one on goal. That one ends up just going wide. What an excellent chance there by Garcia out of Long Beach. He created a lot of that. Actually, did that one go in, Albert? It did indeed. So what a shot there. He cracked that one from about 15 yards outside the box. Kind of a difficult angle on this side, but you can see it on the replay here. Just sneaks that inside the bar. Excellent shot there. That's all Cesar Garcia.
Laser precision almost. That was... I don't have wild. I was gonna. I hate the the cliche. That was wild, but I'm gonna lean into that term.
So 16th minute or 16 minutes left in the second half of play. So if I do my math right, trying to add the Y, subtract by Z, that should be the 44th minute of play. Should be. So we'll just call it the 44th minute of play because that's the math that I can do.
46?
Yeah.
And a half?
Yeah. Let's go with that. So Garcia in the 46th. There you go. That'll work. And it's 1-1.
Normally I would have like a clock running on the scoreboard, but we were having some technical difficulties at the very start of this game, so I'll have it running for the rest of the games. I'll have slightly more accurate
no worries
clock count, but I mean you're pretty much right about there. Like I started a timer myself, like I know you did as well at the start, like for each of the halves here. So pretty much right around there is 46 minutes or so.
As I tell people often, I did not go to school for math. I tried to avoid math, but now I found that I need math, and we're going to call it the 46 minute.
Sometimes you run out of fingers and toes.
That's true. Very true. But the person who didn't was Cesar Garcia as he lined that one in towards the near side post. Just an excellent shot again. Just kind of going back to that. Just a beautiful little outside dunker that goes inside the post. There wasn't really much that Vic Singh could do on that one. It was the continuous buildup by the South Coast Conference to find offense. Now here's a chance, opportunity on the other side is Keesler trying to find it. Advantage played toward the South Coast Conference. Here's Sotelo, Giovanni Sotelo just subbing back in here a few moments ago. I believe he may have taken the place of Cameron Hatan-Kani. Get more on that in just a little bit. Another chance for the South Coast. That goes off the foot of Alex Ramirez. Ramirez looking for Garcia. He's already got one. Turning, takes a shot. Another one on goal. This one is in the arms of Vic Singh. So Garcia has been the guy to move the motor here for South Coast. And with just about 10 minutes left, 11 minutes left here in the second half of play, it is a draw at 1-1. Also updating from the women's game between the South Coast and the Central Valley. South Coast 2, Central Valley 0, as the South Coast Conference ends up getting their second marker of the matchup. I want to give a lot of credit to the event organizers on this, or in this one. Sophomore showcase happening in between days, where the semifinal and final is taking place for the 3C2A. Luckily here on sportsnetusa.net, we got to see a lot of really good action between Cypress, Saddleback, and also a bunch of other teams in the Orange Empire Conference, South Coast Conferences, Inland Empire as well. Of course, Saddleback's march toward the state final ended up ending at the behest of Golden West College. That was here on sportsnetusa.net. Golden West with 10 straight shutouts. Just an impressive run from them. Of course, that's on the women's side of things. LA City from Southern California is in the men's semifinal, which happened late last night. Of course, if you want to know more about that tournament, you can feel free to go to the 3C2A's website, get all the stats, scores, and updates on who's in the finals for both those sides. I know for sure in the men's, or excuse me, the women's side, is this one goes to Yasui. He's going to find this one going back towards Keesler, and Keesler will walk that to the line and earn a corner kick. Women's side for sure, I know, is Sierra and Golden West. As Golden West got a victory over Folsom Lake in penalty kicks. Here's Keesler, little pop-up. Trying to dunk that back off the top of his head with Sebastian Montoya, but can't bump it. Under 9 to play in this one between the Central Valley and the South Coast. Scoot on back. Jordy Pineda looking to build forward. Pineda, liner. Now to Daniel Garcia, or excuse me, Cesar Garcia. That's taken away by Central Valley, and they will end up turning it right back over to Jaden Hancock. Hancock looking through, near side of the pitch. Taken over by Christian Rubio. Rubio wants to go back to Singh. Singh right down the middle. He will find Montoya. Nice find there by Singh as he was pressured heavily and was still able to find a quality pass forward. Montoya thinking of booting this one forward. Instead, he'll roll this one over to Mercado. Mercado sees a one-on-one with Malta. Malta on the curl back with Amar Malhi. Malhi with Samaniego. 1-1 is our score between Central Valley and South Coast in game number 1 of 6 here on the men's side of the sophomore showcase. And again, we will have plenty of matches here on sportsnetusa.net for your viewing pleasure as this one goes up to Luis Avalar. And he'll take over.
Yeah, it'll be a good over 6 hours straight of soccer here today, Ryan.
Sounds fantastic, and especially on a beautiful Saturday here in Saddleback. In Saddleback? At Saddleback.
At Saddleback in Mission Viejo.
I'll take that. There we go. That sounds a lot better than what I said. But it sincerely is a great day for this type of showcase, too. You're not seeing as much overcast. It's not overly hot as well, and I know that it's kind of cliche to say, hey, you know what, we're here in Southern California, what great weather we're having. But sincerely, this is the type of afternoon and morning that you would like in seeing a showcase, as this one is lined up there by Montoya, and he's going to send that one wide.
Yeah, just a nice, crisp fall morning. Probably about 64 degrees right now, so really not too cold out there, just really the right temperature to really get things moving around.
And the other thing, too, about this time of year is that all of these sophomores have had a chance to play a regular season. They are still in the swing of things in terms of their body rhythm, their momentum that they've had throughout the year. This one is taken away by Mercado. Mercado wants a second. He sends this one on goal, and it will be parried away nicely by Luis Avelar. Chance down the middle. Mercado has that go off of his head, and it will be taken over by South Coast. So a quick turnover. That goes right to the Central Valley, and they go on the attack. Now trying to add to more. Down the middle of the park, it will find the foot of Sebastian Montoya. As of right now, we're just about 5 minutes left in this second half. But going back to what you and I were talking about here, Albert, it's the fact that these guys just finished up a regular season or a postseason. They're still in the swing of things. They're still in active training for their years. So you're getting these student athletes at the best of their ability. Because the other thing, too, you could hold something like this at the start of the season where you know that you're going to have sophomores in lineups. You know, for the most part, what rosters might be. But you don't hold it at the start because you're not going to have guys who are fully in the swing of things for the season. They're not in their rhythm. They're not quite done with their training camps, etc. And also getting into the swing of things academically as well.
Not to mention, this is the weekend of the state tournament. For the championships literally yesterday and tomorrow, it'll be going on. So these players, some of them might still be active in the tournament. Some of them might really just be a week out of playoffs altogether. So they're really still up to par physically.
And speaking of being up to par physically, that is a goal by Santana Mercado late in this one, and he's going to end up being assisted by Anthony Malta. So nice little crosser for Anthony Malta, and Mercado is the one who gets the benefit of it. So unofficially, since it is 11:03 and this half started at 10:37, we're going to call that the 26th minute of the second half.
Math is mathing, I guess. I wasn't quite keeping track of that.
Wait, the last one was at the 30-something, and this one's at the 11.
So 37, you add 30. That would be 11:07. It's 11:03 now. So you subtract 4 minutes from 30, 26th minute of the second half.
Do you need to factor in the diameter of your watch?
Yes and no. So that one goes in. 4 minutes left in this second half of play. And unofficially it goes at the 56th minute as Mercado will get his second of the game. So a nice little brace there for him, and he is assisted by Malta. So 2-1 is our score between Central Valley and South Coast. Central Valley with the lead. Ball on the near side of the pitch where it will be taken away nicely by Amar Malhi. Here's Montoya. Central Valley trying to add one more before the end of this second half. Taken back, Samaniego. Little back spinner. He'll get it right back, just outside the box. Central Valley deciding to play keep away for the moment being, and they go all the way back to Vic Singh.
Yeah, it's almost as if they realize just how many minutes are left in this matchup. Really just kind of staying put, not really pushing the issue, especially since they just got a goal just a few moments ago.
Here's Cesar Garcia. He's the goal scorer in this one for the South Coast Conference. 2 minutes left is what the official is saying. Taken away for a second, right back to Hancock. He's going to send this one on goal, and Vic Singh will keep it in front of him. He's not going to pick it up until he feels that it is the appropriate time. So 2 minutes left, and it is 11:05. And you know what? It's nice when my math works. Your guys' math has been spot on throughout the entire game. But I said it started at 11:37. The official is saying that the 30 minutes ends at 11:07. I'm happy. Near side of the park. Here's Montoya. He'll scoot this one towards the middle. Peñalosa. Now Yasui. Yasui with Zendejas. Zendejas back to Garcia. Garcia trying to get past two. He'll see that one get whistled down, and he'll have a free kick coming up. So Cesar Garcia is going to step up to this one. He's a left footer. Everyone's moving around towards the top of the box. High floater in on top. Yasui, the deflection is there, and Vic Singh is able to get to it, and he'll toss it away.
What we think last play of the match, probably?
I'd say you should get about one more attack for the South Coast after the possession for Central Valley, and then they will whistle it down. Not much to speak of in terms of stoppage of play, and thankfully so, because again, we have a lot of tournament time coming up.
I mean, but wouldn't more soccer be even better?
More soccer is better, but what's better than more soccer is more soccer. And we're going to have more soccer coming up live in just a little bit. Here's a through ball, an excellent chance to make it 3, and the save is made by Avalar. So he's got 2 in this one, and he will see this get whistled down. So that is the end of our first matchup of the day, as we have a 2-1 win for Central Valley over South Coast. In this one, Santana Mercado with a brace, and the assist goes to Kiesler and Malta in the 27th and the 56th, and then also Cesar Garcia in the 46th minute, as he ends up getting the lone goal for the South Coast. Stay tuned with us here on SportsNetUSA.net in just a little bit, about 10 minutes or so. We will have the start of our second matchup, which will be between the Big 8 and the Inland Empire. You are watching the Sophomore Showcase here on SportsNetUSA.net. Welcome you back here to SportsNetUSA.net. Ryan Osborn, in addition to Albert Robles and Joseph Pavlenko.
Hi.
Here live with you in action for game number 2. As we are set, we've got the Big 8 and the Inland Umpire conferences going head-to-head between these two sides, as it will be the Big 8 in red going from north to south or west to east if you would like. I would like. I'm an aesthetics person. I like to be accurate because we are here on field number 2 at Saddleback College down here in Mission Viejo. As this one is possessed and moved over towards the right-hand side, goes off the awaiting foot of Tommy Castaneda, and he'll reset all the way back with Julio Martinez. So again, Big 8 will be in red, going from the top of your screen to the bottom, and then on the other side, it is the Inland Umpire going from the bottom of your screen to the top, and they will be in all green. First game of the afternoon, morning. Keep saying afternoon. It's not even noon yet. But first game of the morning was Central Valley and South Coast. Central Valley gets a late winner thanks to Santana Mercado in the 56th minute of 60. And they end up getting a win there in the first game of our sophomore showcase. This is game number 2 of 6 here on SportsNetUSA.net's men's side of the showcase. Don't forget that if you'd like to watch the women's side, that's also right here on this very same channel. Just go to the live tab where you can see SportsNetUSA.net's live coverage of the women's side of the sophomore showcase, as this one is brought all the way back, and having to step alive to it for the Big 8 was Daniel Salas out of Consumnes River. Starting in goal is Cody Lindman out of Mount Sac. We'll get to the lineups in just a second. Again, here on SportsNetUSA.net, 12 games altogether. 2 of them are done, so we've got 10 games left here today, live from Saddleback. If you haven't had a chance to see a game down here at Saddleback, it is one of the nicest facilities you will see. Here's a shot. That's the first save of the game. That will be credited to Cody Lindman. So Lindman is alive to it, and he ends up making the save. That is the first one for his first half. First shot that is given for the Big 8. Lineups in this one, Inland Umpire just a few moments ago. You saw Cody Lindman out of Mount Sac end up getting the save there. Here's a little check down that goes over towards the right. Goes to the waiting foot of Gonzalez Perez. He puts that one on. And that doesn't go as a save. It is a cross. And it will be taken over on the other side by Daniel Salas. But Cody Lindman out of Mount Sac, Tommy Castaneda out of Norco, Destry Lanza and Gerardo Montellano are both out of College of the Desert. They're joined by their other 2 teammates, Isai Gil and Jeffrin Vasquez, again out of College of the Desert. Daniel Perez and Saul Ruiz out of San Bernardino Valley, in addition to Eric Franco and Emmanuel Lopez, both out of Victor Valley, and Julio Martinez with Ryan Pruitt. Ball goes out. That will end up being an offsides. Actually, excuse me, it'll be a goal kick coming up to Lindman. Big 8 is going to field a lineup with Abdullah Galib out of American River, with Angelo Bunning also out of American River, Giovanni Montez out of Delta, and then a trio from Consumnes River in Michael Villasenor, Ezekiel Cruz, and Daniel Salas. Jose Angel Carrillo Contreras out of Santa Rosa, along with Edgar Nunez and Guillermo Gonzalez Perez, both also out of Santa Rosa. James Murillo and Blake Garcia out of Folsom Lake round out the 11. Down the middle of the park, intercepted nicely there by Destry Lanza. Lanza is able to get it over to a teammate. Near side, it will be fought for a moment. Looks like by Eric Franco or Saul Ruiz. Could also be Ryan Pruitt, as that one is taken away. Switch back to the other side. Ball goes out. Goal kick coming up. Albert Robles, Joseph Pavlenko over to my left. And guys, you take a look at that first matchup of the day. Pretty lively in that first opening minutes of the first half. We ended up seeing a goal. We end up seeing 3 altogether throughout. But it seems like the pace in this one has already started to pick up from what we saw in the first game.
Yeah, definitely a little more aggression out of these teams from these particular conferences. You see what level that they brought in the first game. Okay, so we're kind of free to play a little bit. All right, let's go.
A little bit more up here. Goes right back to the Big 8, which again has American River, Delta, Consumnes River, Santa Rosa, Folsom Lake all included. To the touchline it goes, and it goes out, so a chance for Inland Empire to get a throw-in. We know that there are at least a couple of subs for the near side team in the Inland Empire Conference, at least one being Emmanuel Lopez out of Victor Valley. Here's a ball that's over towards the left. Nearly taken up in time by Tommy Castaneda, but he can't get to it in the motion that he would like. That one is lined off of Castaneda and goes out, so a throw-in coming up. Here on SportsNetUSA.net on the other side, directly behind us, no score, as pretty much exactly the same game is going on, and that's something that we have seen in the first matchup of the day earlier, whereas the South Coast taking on the Central Valley is mirrored exactly by the women's side of the showcase. Here's the ball on the right-hand side. Picked up. Goes off the foot of Galib. Galib looking for someone, and cleared nicely by Ruiz. Checked right back down. Goes to Blake Garcia. Here's Garcia. Still looking for someone, gets taken down from behind. That will be a foul and a free kick coming up for the Big 8. They play it quickly. Near side of the park, they're going to go to Ezekiel Cruz. Here's Cruz, still working with it. Cruz looking for someone. He's got a teammate. Now that goes to Galib. Galib fires, deflected twice, cleared away. And now on the counterattack is going to go Tommy Castaneda. Castaneda had a good season with Norco. Castaneda looking for a teammate. Little give and go. Here's Castaneda off the volley. Picks it up 1 foot. Here's a shot off his left foot that is deflected twice. It looks like it got blocked. And it goes off to Isai Gill. Gill trying to dive towards the middle but can't get past 2. And finally it's going to have to go to Ryan Pruitt. Pruitt out of Chaffee. Pruitt on the turn. Pruitt's going to have to find someone in Castaneda, and he does so successfully. Down the middle of the park, finally cleared away by the Big 8. So Ruiz on the back pedal. Out of San Bernardino Valley. Julio Martinez. Martinez looking for a teammate, and I believe that just went off of the back heel and ends up going out. So a lot of quality soccer being played here at Saddleback College in Mission Viejo. And like we mentioned, you have the sophomore showcase going on today, sandwiched in between the semifinals and finals for both the men and women's brackets. We were talking about the 3C2A and those brackets and exactly just who ends up making it on either side. A 3-1 win for Sierra over Santiago Canyon allows for them to move on, so they're going to be in the final. You almost had an all Orange Empire Conference final because Golden West also got the opportunity to make it to the final themselves. Here's a chance. Goes right back to the Big 8. They're going to end up looking for Michael Villasenor, who takes a shot that ends up going high and wide. Second shot for the Big 8. That one does not officially go as a save. Ball played out. Chance now goes to Galib. He takes a shot that ends up just going wide. Back-to-back shots for the Big 8 Conference, but not having to make a save here officially for Inland Empire's Cody Lindman. We were mentioning the men's bracket earlier. Hartnell and Cerritos. That is the final that is going to officially go in. As on Friday night, Hartnell with a 2-0 win over top of LA City College, who was a surprise for a lot of people. As LA City had a real tough road to their final. Ended up having to play against Pasadena City. Trailed it in the second overtime by 1, and then got 3 unanswered goals in the late going there to be able to move on. They beat last year's champion in Cuyamaca. And had a hard road, but they got themselves into the semifinal, but lose to Hartnell 2-0.
What what an improvement for a program, though. Last year they didn't make it out of the first round of the playoffs, I think, and then to make it to the semis, you said, Ryan.
Yellow card was awarded just a few moments ago, as that was a little bit of a takedown, just a few extra bits of effort, we'll call it, between those two guys. And
some extra love on the play.
Yeah. This is ball taken quickly on the left-hand side. Here's a chance, a shot that is deflected, clangs around for a second, and Lindman has to be alive to it. So that is a shot, not going to end up going as a shot on goal, though. Lindman does catch up to it, but it won't matter. And the Big 8 will have to regroup.
And looking at the replay, Ryan, sorry, I was going to say Mark because I work with them so often. Looking at the replay there, what would have been the shot was deflected off the feet of one of the Inland Empire players, so didn't actually get to the goal itself. It would have been a deflection altogether. So there's like deflection off the foot, off the Inland Empire, then another deflection off the goal. He ended up keeping it out of the net altogether.
Here's a great through shot there by Galib, is going to go wide. And that's the fourth shot. Third that's not on net, though. Chance on the right. Goes now to Eric Franco. Franco looking around, saying, all right, what are my options here? Surveys, ends up with that one taken away from him. Here's Galib. Galib down the middle. Galib looking for a teammate. Here's a shot that is fired in, and it ends up being blocked. Isai Gil is the one who lets that one go. And Jose Angel Carrillo Contreras is the one who deflects it away. Heavy contact, foul there. So a lot more physical matchup by definition so far between the Big 8 and the Inland Empire.
I think, like you were pointing out, Ryan and Albert, this match started a little bit at a higher pace, so these guys may be more warmed up. They saw the first match, they're excited, and maybe a little bit more physical because of it.
Just the teeniest, tiniest bit.
I mean, this was the first game in which we've actually seen a yellow card get issued to any player in any of the games that we've seen, although it's only the second one of the game. So, yeah, just a little more physical, a little more.
Down the middle, here's a chance, deflected away.
That was some great defending. Put your body in the way of the ball.
And a nice play is turned in there by Julio Martinez. Martinez is the one who ends up getting his body in front of it. kind of drags the leg at the end just to make sure that he's in the right spot. And a corner kick is coming up. So this will be the first corner kick of the game for either side. And it's taken by the Big 8. Here's a chance. Down the middle. Little pop-up. Nearly cleared and finally successfully cleared by the inland umpire. Talking about the Big 8, Santa Rosa is the one who comes away with the conference championship. 8-1-1 in conference play, 17-1-4 overall. And an excellent end to their season, 8-0-2. And of course, you mentioned Santa Rosa having a couple of players, 3 guys from that championship roster. Jose Angel Carrillo Contreras, Edgar Nunez, and Guillermo Gonzalez Perez. All 3 of them in on this showcase. Ball goes out, goal kick up. Then you flip it over to the other side for the inland umpire. Norco ends up with the conference championship. Tommy Castaneda and his squad with the conference crown, 16-6-1 overall. Going 7-3 in their final 10 matches, and 8-2-0 in conference play, which is a real nice marker. Here comes the Big 8. Go north to south. Here's a shot that ends up going on goal. That's the first one in a while for the Big 8. And it is officially a save that goes to Lindman. Presumptively, Lindman is going to have the first 30, and Emmanuel Lopez is going to have the second 30. Coming up on 13 minutes left to go in the first half of play between these two. Might be an offsides. It is indeed. Flag goes up. And trying to escape a little early was Gerardo Montellano. Albert, you have the other matchup pulled up, and that's not exactly the same in terms of matchup-wise. We do see the Inland Empire Athletic Conference being represented, but instead of the Big 8,
it's the Northern Division for the Coast Conference.
So one of the few changes that we were talking about, not going to see all too many. A lot of these matchups will be mirrored pretty exactly. But it is a no score over there, directly behind our right shoulder, as that one is going live here on SportsNetUSA.net, bringing you 2 streams live here on SportsNetUSA.net with sophomore showcase action that almost ends up being a 1-0 advantage that goes to Inland Empire as we speak.
Is this a Ghostbusters situation?
How so, Joe?
I mean, they can watch both streams but don't cross them?
That was solid. Well played.
A deep cut and a good one. On the left-hand side, here comes the Big 8 trying to attack. Out there defensively is Jeffrey Vasquez. He's going to watch on. And this one gets reset. Angelo Bunning has had a couple of shots already. He's going to play the middle. Just scooting that one away is Ezekiel Cruz. Earlier we were talking about some of the key players in this matchup as this is taken, right-footed, near side, picked up momentarily by Villasenor. Villasenor looking for someone down the middle of the park. It's still there. Big 8 has it, and it's a goal. That's going to go in, and it looks like the credit will go to Blake Garcia out of Folsom Lake, and he is going to go back and get his little trot in for the goal celebration. So with just about 19:25 gone in the first half, which would make it 11 minutes left in the first half of play, it is the first goal, and the credit goes to the player out of Folsom Lake, Blake Garcia. And it's either going to be Michael Villasenor or Ezekiel Cruz who end up getting credit with the assist. We'll say that no one gets credit with the assist because we cannot definitively say if it was 15 or 16.
I was going to say, the ball was clanging around that box. I didn't think they were going to be able to pull a scoring opportunity or a shot out of that.
So Blake Garcia with the goal. And he opens the scoring here. And just like you said, Joe, it just kind of looked like it was moving around, moving all over the place. No one could really get a beat on it. And then finally, it hits off of one guy and just finds its way sneaking inside the post. Goalkeeping change just happened a moment ago for the Inland Empire. It is Emmanuel Lopez who ends up getting his opportunity to enter. Inland Empire still kind of looking for their first shot. Big 8 has 6 already. And it is currently a 1-0 score for the Big 8 leading it.
Red leading green. I feel like I've seen this somewhere.
Just a few moments ago, if you were to tag an assist, after looking at it on my phone, you could give it to Michael Villasenor. And if you do so, he was actually one of the best in the conference in terms of getting assists. He finished second in the conference, just behind Arriaga with 10. Villasenor had 9 assists to his credit this season in 18 matches played. Now, of course, this doesn't officially go into anyone's resume, but if you were to continue trends, yet again, he is able to get the opportunity to facilitate scoring for a team he's playing on. Here's Angelo Bunning. Bunning looking for someone. Back line is all pushed up for the Big 8. Actually, excuse me, for the Inland Empire. Big 8 looking to go on the attack. Little elevated spinner. Goes past Bunning. Bunning has to see this one go all the way back to Ruiz. Ruiz back pedal to the right. Now it lands with Eric Franco. Franco playing one touch with Gill. And back with Ruiz. Julio Martinez with the ball. Villasenor, like we mentioned earlier, also up there in shots for his conference with 18. Ended up in the top 4 of his conference, and everyone on Consumnes River was kind of leading that way. There's the first shot for the Inland Empire. Not exactly the one that they're looking for, but nonetheless, it's good to get themselves on the board and get themselves into a rhythm. That ball goes right into the awaiting arms of Daniel Salas, and Salas makes the save. So that's his first save. Just a great setting all around. Visibility is high all across. In a 360 fashion, you can see everything from here out to the Pacific Ocean. Ruiz on the intercept. He'll get it back. Blake Garcia just a few moments ago. Getting the opening marker in this one. It is picked up now by Julio Martinez out of Chaffee. Martinez looking to turn. Finally taken back. There's another chance. Swinging. Goes off the foot of Montez. Giovanni Montez can't catch up to it. And here's a through ball opportunity, excellently placed to Montellano. Montellano had to stop for a second, now turns to his right, lets that one go. He's still got a chance, puts that one on goal, and he will see that one saved. So it goes as a shot for Inland Empire. That's their first dangerous scoring chance. And it's the second save of this first half by Daniel Salas. Big 8 in red, going from the top of your screen towards the bottom. And then on the other side, the Inland Empire going from the bottom of your screen to the top. And currently it is 1-0, Big 8 with the lead. As we march our way towards halftime, just a little under 5 minutes to play in this first half. Drop down to Gill. Gill's looking for someone out of College of the Desert. He's going to fly it over towards the right side of the field, where it'll go to Eric Franco. Franco, little roller. Here's a chance that gets blocked. It'll go right back to Blake Garcia. Garcia turning back, look for a teammate, and they'll go all the way back to Salas. Salas watching along. As Bunning's going to reset. Salas this season, 781 save percentage to his credit. Got 25 saves, only conceded a total of 7. Centering chance by Villasenor. That is flown up and cleared away, decisively so. Look at Salas this season for leading the way for Consumnes River. Nice job of making sure that his team had a great chance of being in every single match. Of course, with a high-powered offense like Consumnes River has, you have to be able to have yourself quite the goalkeeper to keep you in it. And Joe, I look at both these two squads. Starts off as a fiery physical matchup. Now in the last, we'll say 10 minutes or so, it's kind of calmed down ever since the goal. This is intercepted, deflected twice. Here's Blake Garcia looking for his second. Takes the shot that gets blocked.
Yeah, I think they're feeling like I am. They need more coffee.
Need more coffee. They feel the breeze coming in from the Pacific Ocean. A little chilly.
I was going to say, how's that going to factor in as the day goes on, potentially?
Well, the breeze is going to continue to flow in from the top of everyone's screen. So if you're watching on exactly right now, where the top of your screen is, it's flowing down towards where the camera is. That's where it's going to stay. High floater, backside, it's going to float over top of everyone else, and it will go as a throw-in coming up here for the Big 8. But that's where the wind is going to come over top of the hills, just going past what is essentially San Clemente's beaches, and then rolling down through the 5 freeway and coming right back over top of where Saddleback is. This one is crossed towards the middle, nothing doing there. And it will only pick up more as the day goes along. That's kind of what we have seen from Saddleback and Mission Viejo, not just, of course, over the last year or so, but in broadcasting football on sportsnetusa.net, we have seen it year in and year out. And the way that the wind is going to affect things, Joe, as I realize I didn't answer your question yet, but the way that it will end up affecting things is that the ball is going to not have the same flight path that it would in the afternoon and at night that it would in the morning. And what I mean by that is if you end up sending a knuckler on goal, going from the bottom of your screen towards the top, so attacking from the broadcast north to south, it's going to have a lot more funky drive to it. It's going to be a lot more predictable. That knuckling action is going to be more dramatic, if you will. So it's going to be tougher for goalkeepers to predict how a ball is going to take a flight path, how it's going to curl in. But going towards the other way, coming down across your screen from the top of your screen to the bottom, anyone who is attacking to this side is going to see that anything that they float into the air is going to have more carry on it. So anytime that they try and go for a through ball into the corners, they're going to have to account for that because the ball will carry just a little bit more. Teams continuing to warm up on the other side of field number 2. As this will be Galib who comes up to it. American River product will lay this one over towards the left side. pointing things out is Guillermo Gonzalez Perez out of Santa Rosa, a conference champion this season. But he will have to point as much as he can from the bench, as that it will end the first 30 of play. First half is done here at Saddleback College's field number 2, as the men's side of the showcase is live in action from the second game of 6 for the men's side and the 4th game of 12 coming up here at the showcase. It's 1-0 Big 8 over top of Inland Empire. You are watching the 2025 CCCSCA Sophomore Showcase here on SportsNetUSA.net. Ryan Osborn, Albert Robles, Joseph Pavlenko over to my left-hand side as we are bringing you the live game action here from SportsNetUSA.net. Joe, I bring it over to you because you look at that first half of play. It starts off very frenetic, like we mentioned, switches up. The feeling out process happened later in that matchup. You see two different characteristics. That first one, it just seemed like guys were trying to figure out the tendencies of everyone else. The second matchup, it just very much seemed like they knew exactly what they wanted to do in terms of applying heavy pressure. They got in on the attack, and they weren't really, and I mean the Big 8, they weren't allowing Inland Empire to really get out of their own defensive third.
Yeah, and then it really felt like things slowed down once they got a marker on the board. And why wouldn't you, kind of, right? You've got a little bit of a lead. We can kind of step off the gas a little bit. I'm not saying we're parking the bus, guys, but maybe we're in cruise control right now. We don't have to be as all brakes, no gas, right, Ryan?
Yeah, and that's the thing, too, is you also have to realize that in a matchup like this, it's going to be very difficult for guys to be able to say, hey, this is exactly where I like the ball. This is how I like to attack. This is the spacing that I like. I mean, you and I are familiar a lot more with the South Coast, the Inland Empire, and also the Orange Empire Conference specifically. You know the way that those matchups play out. You know the types of attacking. You know how it's generally going to be attacking-wise or defending-wise. But when you're facing a different conference with guys that you haven't played with before, it's a little bit more different and more difficult to try and pick that up. So, music playing here in the background here at Saddleback means that we are live here at halftime between the Big 8 and the Inland Empire. Joe, I'll swing it back over to you. SportsNetUSA.net is giving you live game action. Lots of matchups coming up here on SportsNetUSA.net, and it will continue throughout the day.
Right. My suggestion to you is get 2 computers, 2 laptops, 1 computer, 2 monitors. Open up the men's screen on one screen, open up the women's screen on the other screen. Watch them both. 12 soccer matches today. We'll be doing 4.5 more because we're halfway through our second one. And I'm going to call them the old guy group upstairs, Ed, Mark, and Corey. We're the young guns down here. They're the old school guys up there. They'll be covering women's all day on the main field, like you've been saying all day on SportsNetUSA.net.
They will indeed. And just to give you a schedule update as of right now, on the women's side, Central Valley and South Coast. South Coast won that one by a 2-0 final. It is the Coast Conference North Division taking on Inland Empire right now. It's no score at half. That's on the women's side. At 12:30, it'll be the Coast Conference South Division taking on Pacific Coast. And at 1:45, Bay Valley and the Orange Empire Conference. Finishing off with 3 p.m. and 4:15 of Golden Valley against the Western State Conference, the South Division, and then the Big 8 against the Western State Conference North Division. But if you're looking for the men's side of the tournament, men's side of the showcase, that'll be right here on SportsNetUSA.net on the current stream that you're watching. 10 a.m., 11:15, that's when this one started. The Big 8 against the Inland Empire. And then at 12:30, it'll be the Coast South Division taking on the Pacific Coast. So not the same conference. It is the Coast South Division, and they are taking on the Pacific Coast. That's a roughly 12:30 start, we'll call it. Should be close, maybe a little after. We're getting there. 1:45 will be the Coast North Division taking on the Orange Empire Conference. 3 p.m., the Bay Valley will be facing the Western State Conference South Division. And then at 4:15, Golden Valley against the Western State Conference North Division. So again, 10 a.m. already done, 11:15 currently in progress, and that is what you are watching. Then 12:30, 1:45, 3 p.m., and 4:15. So if you are tabulating that in your head and saying, okay, math-wise, what is the differential, the spacing, the time in between each and every game? It's about an hour and 15 minutes from the game start of one to the game start of another. That's if everything stays on schedule, which, as you know, anyone who has, whether a kid in soccer, hockey, baseball, tournaments, doesn't matter. If you have seen any sort of tournament, not just in Southern California, but across the nation, and you say, hey, you know what, everything's going to start on time, well, I think everyone else would also get a little chuckle out of that statement. So we'll see how the start times end up being mirrored throughout the entirety of the time that we are here on SportsNetUSA.net. Ryan Osborn, the athlete that is Albert Robles, having to go up those stairs as quickly as humanly possible. And then Joseph Pavlenko over to my left, the cameraman extraordinaire, as we are bringing you the second half action coming up in just a moment.
I can see how winded I am. I wasn't even hustling up the stairs. like once I heard the whistle, I'm like, oh, maybe I got to hustle a little more. I thought I had a few more seconds.
So Albert and Ryan will be joining Greg's off-season fitness program.
That's true, because I will tell you what, I was trying to catch my breath as quickly as humanly possible before that last game started, just trying to go up those stairs. It is not the smallest hike to get up those stairs, but
it's still better than Cerritos. Still better than Cerritos.
Very true. But the reason why it is such a hike to get up to this platform that we are on, and it's not just a platform, it's actually a stadium. So you're watching online, you're saying to yourself, all right, well, guys, I won't lie to you. I'm looking at this camera view, and this is a different view than I'm used to for watching soccer as we are now underway for the second half. Why am I looking at an up and down view? Well, the answer to that simply is that we are at Saddleback's stadium. It is both a soccer and football stadium here at Saddleback. The main part of the stadium is not what you're looking at. So if you're thinking to yourself, Saddleback Stadium, this doesn't look anything like a stadium. Well, that's because the stadium portion of it is directly behind our shoulders. And that is a beautiful facility for track and field, soccer and football as well, as this is going to be an attack that goes to the near side for the Inland Empire. That goes off sides. But the traditional stadium that you would think of just behind us, I believe if I remember correctly, it's about an 8,000 seat stadium behind us here at Saddleback. So they have built a beautiful facility. It has been open for about 3 or 4 years now. And they have the opportunity that not many across the state have, and that is having a main field to be able to host events in the main stadium portion, but they also have a couple of practice fields, one directly behind the stadium, so that way multiple soccer events can go on at the exact same time. Sometimes you'll even have a football game and a soccer game going on at the same time. And then you also have some field events that can take place over to the left of your screen where the end of the left side touchline ends. And you have 2 football practice fields over to our right.
Both full size.
Both completely full size, just like Albert mentioned. So there's a lot of different events and different things that can happen here at Saddleback. And one of the things that is a benefit of having that facility and having the type of facility that we are currently looking at is this one is going to go off of a Inland Empire player. No, they're going to say off of a Big 8 player. That will end up going off of Bunny and out for a goal kick. But one of the things that is the benefit is that you can host a tournament like this and have 2 different games going on at exactly the same time and keep it at the same regulation size. So the men's side is playing here on field number 2, and on the main field, it is the women's side throughout the entirety of this showcase.
I thought we were just giving them the EA Sports Soccer or the FIFA view.
Oh, true, true. Just going up and down. It's like be a player mode. on the right-hand side. This ends up going to Ezekiel Cruz. Cruz is going to look for someone, and that one ends up going out. So it's a throw-in coming up in just a moment. Jeffrey Vasquez for College of the Desert will toss this in. Goalkeepers remain the same. Daniel Salas is on the near side of the field. If you're watching online, on the bottom side of your screen. Is trying to weave their way through traffic is Inland Empire. They have a grand scoring chance right here. Trying to get back to it is Lanza. Lanza down the middle, and that is cleared away nicely by James Murillo. So Murillo now with Bunning. Bunning trying to find someone. He's going to successfully do so with Jose Angel Carrillo Contreras. Wind picking up just a little bit. And again, like we said, it will continue to do so throughout the entirety of the day. Norco College winning the Inland Empire Athletic Conference Championship this season, as the corner kick is going to come up for Inland Empire. That'll be their first of the second half. No one has put a shot on to this point, and of course we are just underway here in the second half. 4 minutes gone. And it will be a corner kick near side over to your right, where it will be Jeffrey Vasquez out of College of the Desert. Into the middle it goes. The head is there. Here's Ruiz, who sends that up over top. So there's the first shot. Does not end up going on goal. No save is required. And Inland Empire has their third shot of this game. Just a few moments ago, we mentioned Destry Lanza out of College of the Desert. He was second in his conference in total assists this season with 8 in 19 games played. Now, while that is quite impressive and you like to be able to see these student athletes performing at the best of their ability and also leading their conference, it wasn't close to the leader. Here's a chance on the inside where it will be picked up by Salas nicely, so he's able to get to that in time. The leader in his conference this season was a guy who had 13 goals and 15 assists. Out of Chafee, that's Martinez. He had himself a season this year. Again, 13 goals, 15 assists. Next closest to him, assist-wise, was in fact Destry Lanza. And Lanza had 8 assists. So lots of credit going to Lanza out of College of the Desert. Chafee heavily involved in the offensive side of things and leading the conference. And they have a couple of representatives here, as Julio Martinez and Ryan Pruitt are the 2 sophomores from Chafee taking part in this showcase. On the scoop back, it's going to go to Ezekiel Cruz out of Consumnes River. Cruz gets it back. Cruz working with Giovanni Montes. Montes with Cruz down the middle. Here's a chance. Nicely parried away. Just there in time. Down the middle of the park once more. It goes off the foot of Jose Angel Carrillo Contreras. And that goes out for a goal kick. So the save is given to Emmanuel Lopez, and Joe Albert, that's an excellent parry there, as he's able to make sure he's there positionally and doesn't overreact to that centering pass. So the Big 8 gets their first shot of the second half. First save credited to the Inland Empire. Scooter trying to work into some open space. There is an opportunity for a foot race. Nice job there by Guillermo Gonzalez Perez out of Santa Rosa to get back to that in time. He wins that one-on-one battle, and he is able to bring things forward for the Big 8. That's a foul easily going against Inland Empire. Shot there, gets blocked. Corner kick coming up for the Big 8. One corner kick in the first half of play for either side, and actually was awarded to the Big 8 Conference. You look at the all-conference honors for Inland Empire. Coming up after this corner kick is taken. High arcing kick that goes to the back post, and a shot is there, and a save is made. So Emmanuel Lopez is lively to it. That's 2 shots in the second half for the Big 8. They get it on frame, but can't get it past Lopez, who's done nicely since entering for Cole Lindman. Lindman, of course, being subbed out after that goal was scored earlier. Opportunity on the shot that gets saved. Daniel Salas says, all right, I see the saves taking place on the other side of the field. How come I can't get in on this as well? He has his first shot that he has to face on goal here in the second half.
I've played soccer. I've been a goalie. Never once had that thought. Please shoot on me. I want to get some saves in. Never.
You know what? It's funny, Joe, because a lot of times you talk to these student athletes and you ask them, what do you want to see early on in a matchup that'll get you into the match? And they will say a lot of times they want to see that first good chance. They may not want to see that first shot on goal, but they want to see that first chance. So that way they know what their line is, they know what their positioning is, and they can kind of get themselves corrected into the game the way that they want to, as that's going to be a foul. Also, just a few moments ago, yet another save for Emmanuel Lopez, who's done pretty well in this one since entering. But a lot of times you will see goalkeepers be okay with seeing the first, but the first good scoring chance, because it sets them up for the rest of the game in terms of being comfortable positioning-wise. Little lockup on the left-hand side. James Murillo gets back in time. First team all-conference members here on the pitch for Inland Empire. Julio Martinez out of Chaffee. We were talking about him just a few moments ago. He ends up getting the Offensive Player of the Year selection. Of course, other guys who are also here, as this one will be brought over to Abdullah Galib. Or Emmanuel Lopez. He ends up getting a first-team all-conference selection, and he's showing why with those 3 saves here in the second half. So give and go opportunity for an offsides play. Would have been bumped over top by Giovanni Montez anyways, but it ends up offsides, and Emmanuel Lopez does not have to face that shot on goal. Brian Pruitt for Chaffee will end up trying to bring it up. He got second-team all-conference selection. Eric Franco, second-team all-conference selection, as well as Destry Lanza out of College of the Desert. That's the other thing, too, Joe, is what a lot of people don't realize is this sophomore showcase isn't just sophomores who haven't had a lot of playing time getting the chance to be able to go out and get a moment in front of recruiters. What you actually don't realize is there are a lot of all-conference selections, players of the year, offensive players of the year, defensive players of the year, and then also goalkeepers of the year that are in this showcase because of how well they played throughout the entirety of the season. Inland Empire Conference going up against the Coast North on the other side with the women's side of the showcase. That is live, as it is no score between those two. Ball up into the air. No one takes possession, except Inland Empire comes away with it. Big 8 trying to get back. Jeffrey Vasquez out of College of the Desert. We talked about him just a few moments ago. Ball dispossessed to Edgar Nunez.
It looks like about, what are we, maybe nearing halfway into the second half, and the Big 8 coverage-wise seems to just kind of have Inland Empire's number right now, Ryan.
You say that, Joe. You look at their spacing, too. It's been pretty nice ever since that goal was conceded. Here's a chance for Blake Garcia. That's the 4th save so far in the second half that is going to be credited to Emmanuel Lopez. And again, you see why he is given the first team all-conference selection. And Emmanuel Lopez finds himself with 4 saves in the second half alone. In and out it goes. Now dropped liner that will end up going to Isaiah Gill. Gill looking for a teammate, elevators it up, and it ends up going out. Actually, Tommy Castaneda there, as this is a throw-in. Heavy pressure by the Big 8. They may force a turnover here, but they won't do so for the moment being. Nice job by Guillermo Gonzalez Perez to be able to get back to that and also work under pressure. Joe, he kind of scooted through 2 different guys who are applying heavy pressure and was still able to come away with the ball.
Yeah, I think the IE squad is trying to pile on the pressure, but the Big 8 team is just positionally, coverage-wise, they're just choking out those passing lanes, it seems like, and they're not giving them an opportunity. It seems like the IE squad's having a rough go at getting past the half-field mark at this point in the game. And then when they do make it by, you see them cross that half-field threshold, and then there's 2, 3 IE players to 4 to 5 Big 8 players on the screen at most times, at least from what I'm seeing.
Ball goes out and past the end line. That'll be a corner kick coming up. And this will go to the Big 8. So it's their second corner kick of the second half. And they are trying to extend their lead. 1-0, they lead it. In the 19th minute, Blake Garcia gets the goal on the near side of the field, and that's the only marker in this one so far. Just like Joe was talking about, now we are at almost exactly the 15-minute mark of the second half. So 3/4 of this game have been played.
IE pulled their goalie up.
They did indeed, as Salas comes all the way up. And he'll watch this one go out. Throw-in awarded to the Inland Empire as they try and get themselves on the board. We see a lot of other teams now taking the practice fields over at football on our right-hand side as they get warmed up and ready for the next matchups. On the turn, Big 8 gets it back, trying to continue their scoring. Send this one wide, so it is not going to be credited as a shot on goal, just a shot in general, and it will be placed down.
It's a good attempt on goal, just the way he made contact with it, it curved slightly to the right.
That ball deflect out? It did not. It's going to be a throw-in. Here's a chance with Bunning. Bunning trying to get it back. Big 8 right back to it. That'll be a foul. We might get a card. The referee initially looked like he was grabbing towards his pocket to bring a card out. Doesn't end up doing so and says, all right, guys, let's be careful with the contact just a little bit. We'll move it on in this showcase.
It's a friendly, guys. Be friends.
Now Montellano trying to mark someone. Instead it goes to Michael Villaseñor. As we mentioned, Villaseñor, he finishes with a first-team all-conference selection. Second in his conference in assists with 8. And he has been able to facilitate the attack in this one for the Big 8 to this point. Here's Angelo Bunning. Bunning towards the middle. Intercepted nicely. On the chase goes Inland Empire. Dissecting things now with Montellano. Montellano out of College of the Desert. He wants to scoot towards the middle. Leaves it for a teammate. He'll find Jeffrey Vasquez. Vasquez is dispossessed. Nicely so by Gonzalez Perez. So Gonzalez Perez out of Santa Rosa is having a nice afternoon so far. I can say that now. It's 11, or it's 12:11. Now it's working. Here's Michael Villasenor with Consumnes River. Back to Gonzalez Perez. Perez, a big center back for this showcase and especially for his own program. Back heel, off to Montez. Montez looking for someone, and Abdullah Galib, who gave him the back heel just a few moments ago, just went, hey, whoa, 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 I wasn't making that run, guys. Let's slow things down just a shade, and it will end up being right back to the goalkeeper for Inland Empire.
So does the IE just need to play a little more kickball and pass around to try to keep the Big 8 squad from being as densely packed around their players as they seem to want to play?
I mean, it certainly seems like it for the moment being. I feel like the best answer to that is just the word yes.
Well, it looked like they ran with my idea. They must have heard it from up here, and we had a Big 8 player get in the middle of that passing lane.
Ball dropped far side. Excuse me. Near side of the field. If you're on the right, this is into some space. Now a chance for Inland Empire. They've got it on the inside, taken down. That's a penalty kick, and it will be awarded. And for the official, he looks on and he's like, you know what, guys? I'm not going to lie. That may be one of the most clear-cut penalty kicks I can award. So stepping up to this will be Eric Franco with 10 minutes left to go in the second half.
You give up a penalty kick opportunity as a player in a sophomore showcase, and you get a goal on a penalty kick opportunity in a sophomore showcase. Both sides of that, how do you feel?
You know what? If you're the defender who gives that up, you're not too broken up about it. It does end up going in for Franco, so Franco ends up scoring in the 50th minute. As I put this down in my score sheet on the penalty marker. But if you're a defender, you're not all too broken up about it, because that's something where you were just trying to prohibit a clear line of attack.
Like what would it be, technical or a flagrant foul in basketball? You give the free throws, but they would have scored either way probably?
Clear path foul is now what it's called.
Okay.
Which before, yes, you would have just gotten either flagrant or a technical depending on how you created the foul. But yeah, they have a clear path foul that is very literally just for that, where guy's going in all alone, you foul him so that way he doesn't have a clear shot at the basket, and it's all too simple from there on out.
So cost of doing business as a defender.
Indeed. Yes, indeed. 1-1 is our score. 19th minute for Blake Garcia and the 50th minute for Franco. Both goals have been scored on this near side goal. Tommy Castaneda going to work. Near side corner, that's a free kick. So a set piece coming up for Inland Empire, and they actually have a chance to get themselves a lead here.
Yeah, getting that marker, put a pep in the IE step, and put friendship in the hearts of the Big 8.
We're having fun here on SportsNetUSA.net. We've got plenty of game action coming up for you in a little while, as this is a shot that goes in on a one-hop. There were 3 different Inland Empire guys all around that ball as soon as it went in on frame.
They watched the Mighty Ducks last night.
Save gets credited just a few moments ago. And with under 8 minutes to play, it's a 1-1.
Hearing the ref whistles behind and in front really throwing me.
It is a little tough because from our vantage point, you can hear both whistles like you mentioned, Joe. But when you're down on the field, you cannot hear anything that happens in the stadium side of things, or vice versa, because the solid wall of sound. Here's a quick little volley there. Trying to keep it up in the air was Jose Angel Carrillo Contreras. Gets the shot on, but the save is made. And that will be a foul against Inland Empire. Lots of coaches here on hand, a couple of guys that we have seen in the past here for the Orange Empire Conference over to our right. You can spot Cisco Torres and Andrew Ariola of the Fullerton squad, along with Brandon Acevedo. A couple of guys from Golden West down there as well. They'll be playing in just a little while. Not the next game, but the one thereafter. So they're getting all warmed up and stretched out, getting set for their chance to display their talents here at the Sophomore Showcase. Corner kick coming up far side of the field. Big 8 trying to get back in the lead. 1-1 tie. Back post, punched away, and still into the arms of the goalkeeper. Here's the chance on the counterattack. Shot goes in, save is made. So that's going to be 5 saves credited to Daniel Salas out of Consumnes River. As we mentioned before, an over 700 save percentage this season. And 25 saves to his credit and his resume during the regular season. On the turn back, Edgar Nunez looking for help, doesn't get it, cleared away.
Dangerous bit of defending there from the IE, though.
It's all about whether or not you can force everyone else into spacing that they're not comfortable with. Less than 5 minutes to play. Thank you, Albert Robles, on the timer countdown. And that's scooted away. And where you can really see the difference, guys, in terms of playing with teammates versus playing with guys that you haven't really had a chance to do so before, is something like that. That last attack, usually you're going to see more than just a one-and-done situation, where if a guy goes towards the corner or he goes into some open space just inside the box, you'll see 2 or 3 more guys coming to help him, knowing the runs that they have to make. But in this case, it ends up being a one-and-done because the attacker that was there out of Norco doesn't end up knowing what run his teammate is going to take or is comfortable with taking. So he goes with the expected run, and it goes into the awaiting foot, or onto the awaiting foot of a defender.
Right, like you said, if they're lucky, they've maybe had a week to try to gel together as a cohesive unit, right? They play in the same conference. They should know, maybe, possibly, some of the tendencies of the guys from opposing squads, but you won't know them as intimately as guys that are on your home squad, right?
Here's a chance. Goes away for a second. Nice job by Inland Empire to get that away. He's a crosser. Salas is there. Nice day here as the sun starts to pop over top of everyone who's watching on, and it's a nice crowd on hand too. Of course, you know that guys from Northern California are probably turning this into a trip, whether it be with their families or their teammates, getting a chance to go out to a showcase like this, and of course means a long road trip from anyone from Northern California. From Southern California, maybe not as much, but even so, you've got guys like Inland Empire who are playing out at College of the Desert, San Bernardino Valley, Victor Valley, Chaffee. Those aren't exactly the shortest of drives, but yet all these family members and friends have made the trips out here to support their student athletes. And it's just a fun event to be able to come and watch, because you see a lot of different styles. You see a lot of different recruiters also talking to these student athletes. And you know that coming up, this is going to be the future of this game, especially at the 4-year level, because that's what these coaches are looking for. They're looking for guys who are going to complement their program, guys who are going to help lead them to successes both on and off the field. Blake Garcia gets that one taken away from him. He was looking for his second, can't get the chance to get a shot away. About 90 seconds away from this matchup ending. 1-1 is our score. Salas walking back. Nice play there by Castaneda. Into open space. It's a 1-on-3, no numbers for the moment being. On the turnaround is Isai Gill. Gill off the off-footer, dummy run, a chance at a goal. That is elegant, to put it lightly. And it ends up being put away by Inland Empire's Tommy Castaneda. It looks like it. So Castaneda starts off the play on the right wing, and if you're actually looking at it from the attacking side, it'd be the left wing. But for the moment being, if you're watching on, it's on the right-hand side of your screen. Castaneda on the scoop pass over towards the corner. It ends up being picked up nicely by, it looked like, Isai Gill. Gill with the off-footer. The dummy run that is given by Jeffrey Vasquez ends up allowing for that ball to be placed perfectly on the foot of Castaneda. So it's a 2-1 advantage for Inland Empire, and they're looking to attack once more. Looper down the middle. Here's a chance. Inland Empire. Salas makes the save. On the rebound. It's there. It's in. Castaneda with 2 in 30 seconds, and that is clinical. As we come to the end of this one, the official is going to let this ball kick away, and we should be finished off here. So, officially, it goes as the 59th minute for Castaneda, and he was assisted by Gill. And on this last one, it will also be Castaneda in the 59th, as he has a brace, and this one is assisted by Vasquez. One more attack left up here for the Big 8, as they currently go from a 1-0 lead to a 3-1 deficit. Ball picked up, official looking on, and he says that will do it. 3-1, the turns table so quickly for Inland Empires. They were able to get 2 goals from Tommy Castaneda, one assisted by Gill, the other by Vasquez, both in the final 45 seconds of play. So that'll do it for this matchup between the Big 8 and the Inland Empire. Inland Empire 3, Big 8 1. That is a final. We're going to stay tuned here on sportsnetusa.net, where you can watch the upcoming matchup between the Coast South and the Pacific Coast coming up in just a couple of minutes. You are watching the Sophomore Showcase here on sportsnetusa.net. And we welcome you back here to Sportsnet USA.net. Ryan Osborn, Albert Robles, and Joseph Pavlenko live here from field number 2 as we get set for our third game today between the Pacific Coast and the Coast South. No, we're not mistaking that. They are very similar sounding conferences, and you'll kind of find that as a similar theme across not only California, but every state has their similarities when it comes to conference names. So again, we'll call one the Coast South, and what that means is it is the Coast Conference South Division, and they will be playing the Pacific Coast Conference. And the Pacific Coast Conference has an emphasis in more of the Southern California, and what we mean by that, southern portion of Southern California, mainly San Diego teams, and directly below San Diego as well.
I don't like it.
You know what? I just like to be complicated sometimes, and sometimes saying the fancy way, it just sounds better. Is it more clear or clear? Claire. Is it more clear? Less confusing? No. But it sounds better to me.
I thought I saw Claire earlier.
Could be on field number 1. Speaking of field number 1, you've got some games coming up in just a little bit, which I don't know if you've heard these names before, but the Coast South is going to play the Pacific Coast Conference. We're underway here between these two squads, Pacific Coast and Coast South. A beautiful day for soccer in what is shaping up to be quite the tournament so far. We have seen a grand total of 3 goals in the first game, 4 goals in the second game, 7 overall, and we've already got a quick attack here. As coming up to it was the Coast South. They are not able to complete the play that they want to, and it gets picked away by Dominic Wicks. Here's a chance. Off the turnover. Opportunity stolen. Jesse Reyes out of Cuyamaca, defending champions from last year, trying to get in on this, and it will go to Diego Garcia.
And, of course, Coast South, not to be confused with the South Coast Conference.
Yes, indeed.
Which does have a North and South division, depending on the sport.
Absolutely. Which, of course, if you're thinking of the Coast South or the Coast North, not to be confused with the Western State North, Western State South. We'll clear things up for you.
Which is a Southern California conference.
We'll continue to clear things up for you as we continue to roll along here on SportsNetUSA.net. Get to the lineups here in just a couple of moments as we're in the early stages of this one. Game number 3 as we march our way towards the back half of this sophomore showcase. That ball gets switched back in goal for the Coast South. Again, Coast South is Sahib Sandhu. Sandhu will have to watch on as his defensive back line takes over. Little elevator pass that finds its way to Eric Luna Ramirez. He was an exceptional player for the Coast South this season and earned the Player of the Year honors as a defender. Excuse me, not a defender, but more of a controlling defensive mid. And then sometimes he goes on the attack. It all depends on what his team needs, what pace they want to play with, and what chances they're looking for. This ball goes back. It'll go to Dominic Wicks out of Miracosta. Wicks watching on as that is sent away by Diego Garcia, and that ball goes out. Popped up twice. Check down to Rafael Vargas. Vargas looking for someone. Josue Lopez out of Evergreen Valley is going to chase it. He has to go back, going with Artem Sidorenko. Ball goes out right side of the field. In green will end up being The coast south.
I thought it was Pacific Coast.
Nope, you're right. Sorry. In green is the Pacific Coast. Coast south is in red. Got that mixed up for a second, trying to figure out which parts of the Christmas tree I'm looking for.
Joseph
Yes.
may not like the names of the conferences, but he's definitely not confused about the colors.
Locked in,
Not
baby.
at all. Down the middle. Taken away. Scooted. Twice now to Jose Aguilar, and he will get that one away once, away twice. And the pressure there is put on by Mario Fregoso.
Another, I think you'd say, frenetic start to a game that kind of petered out after the opening 5-ish minutes. Maybe,
Yes.
maybe after the last game, they thought the meta was, 3 games into a sophomore showcase. There's a meta, obviously. Was to come out hot at the gates, score a marker, and then have the nice to meet you introductory feeling out phase.
Well, the other thing, too, is you look at these two teams, no familiarity in terms of style of play, so you're just kind of watching, hoping, and waiting to see who's going to go on the attack first, who's going to make that first mistake. That's also the other thing, too, is that oftentimes you will see teams who start off a showcase like this, and it's just a moment of, all right, nobody wants to make the first mistake, so how do you go about just playing conservative enough to where you don't make that first mistake while also still trying to go on the attack? Ball gets taken away from 2, and it will end up going down the middle of the park where it will go to Sidorenko out of Palomar. Sidorenko gets it right back, looking to go down the middle. He spies a teammate, nicely played there, and tipped away by Jose Aguilar. It's going to get a little warmer, guys. Hey, Coach. Over to our right, we have the head coach of the Fullerton College Hornets. Joe and I are quite familiar with the guy directly behind us. And Joe, in just a couple of moments, I'm actually going to make sure that he gets on the air if he has the time. So joining us here is Greg Aviles, the head coach of Fullerton College men's soccer. And if you would like, you can take a seat. I'm more than welcome to. But you look at an event like this, and know you were involved in the intricacies of it. How difficult is it to set up an event like this with all the different aspects and different student athletes coming out here for it?
There's a lot of work that goes into these events, but, what's great is that this is a great opportunity for all the colleges in the state of California to really get together, promote our level, but more importantly, provide an opportunity for our student athletes. So as much time and effort as it goes into it, doesn't really seem like a lot of work because, it's just it's an enjoyable experience for everybody to collectively come together and do something that we feel is really great for our level and for our student athletes.
One thing that I was really impressed with was going to the social media page and being able to see all the different colleges and universities that are going to be here to be able to come out and recruit and watch this showcase. When you do see the amount of universities in 4 years that give you that response, yes, we're going to be out there, we're going to be represented, looking at your student athletes, is that sense of pride for not just you but the entire coaching staff across the state of California, knowing this is where our success is, to have those universities come out and look at our student athletes?
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's a huge testament to what all the coaching staffs and the athletic programs are doing in the state. Our number one job at this level is to transfer student athletes to the next institution. Even in our program, we pride ourselves and we tell everybody we're the new foundation for you, and so it's really great to see all the colleges and universities that come out here and respect our body of work and really provide that opportunity and that gateway for our student athletes. But again, it's really nice to see because a lot of the programs that come together and do a lot of great jobs to be able to attract these schools to come in and look at our players.
Now, this is a event that has a lot of history behind it. If anyone's tuning in for the first time, this isn't the first time that this has been held. It's been held for years on end when there's the opportunity to do so. But when an event like this is put together, how quickly does it have to come together? You know that the site that you'd like it to go to, but you may not have all the moving parts yet.
Yeah, it's got to come together pretty quickly. In fact, this is kind of when I got to this level about over 20 years ago now. I was the first event that I got introduced to and got kind of thrown into work and man. So there is a good history with this event. There's a lot of moving parts, as you said, but it works really well when everybody does chime in. So I think altogether for this one, the hardest part is the qualifiers are those that are not playing in the Final Four. So as we go through 4 playoff rounds, kids get added in and get slotted into teams. And so you can't plan too early because then there's going to be a lot of moving parts. So you kind of have to lay the groundwork and then just slowly kind of inch through it to get things done, you know.
Real quick, logistically, for people who don't know all the backstage stuff that happens to get this event going, how do you coordinate with these coaches to get student athletes from Northern California and then also the southernmost parts of Southern California?
Yeah, it's really our coaches association, the 3CSCA, and our executive board and our regional coordinators just coming together and contacting schools and then identifying conference coaches for each team and then all the communication chains that go through to get everybody organized. There's a nomination process. For all these players on display are all conference players, so it's the top players in the state of California. So as they come through, there is a lot of chain of communication, but when everybody pitches in, it moves pretty quickly.
And real quick for your own players who are going to be here playing for the Orange Empire Conference in a little bit, I know you've talked about Steven, Cisco, Brandon. You have a guy like Andrew as well. We talked about their impact to your program, but when you are able to see guys who come in fresh out of high school, just starting to learn college, and what it's like to go through a college program. Now 2 years later, you see them at a sophomore showcase representing their conference. What does that feel like for you as a coach?
For me, it's like the most rewarding thing. I love this event because we do see them coming in. You go back today, reminiscing those recruiting days, that first day on campus, you're trying to get them to see your value in your program, and then now you see the maturation process and the growth of everything they've done all year and the year before, and now to come out here and just put it on full display. It's a big testament to their growth, but it's also, I credit my staff and everybody involved, from our athletic department, because that's really what they're showing. They're showing everybody's work, from our athletic trainers to athletic directors. Everybody's coming on board to pour into these guys, and today for them to represent their new rebranding, as we like to say it in our program, right? It's a wonderful thing, and it's a great experience, especially when you see their families out here and how things have changed for them and all the opportunity on the horizon.
Well, thank you very much, Greg. We appreciate it. Looking forward to the rest of the showcase.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming, guys.
So just a few moments ago, you heard from Greg Aviles, the head coach of Fullerton College, who's one of the event organizers for today's sophomore showcase, live here on sportsnetusa.net. Ryan Osborn, along with Albert Robles and Joseph Pavlenko, joining you live here as James Lee Exantis is the one who's going to lay this one over towards the right to Diego Esquivel. And Esquivel will move it to the top of the box. Wants to go back to Exantis, but can't get the connection to roll. So, guys, just a few moments ago, you hear from Greg Aviles, and he talks about all the ins and outs of getting the logistics going. And it just seems like, yes, you have the chance to get all these all-conference players going, but also if you realize how quickly you go from an all-conference player to being invited to a tournament like this, it is absolutely incredible just to think of the amount of time, the little amount of time that there is to get an event like this going.
Yeah, it's really kind of shocking because, I had heard from Mark and Ed, we might be doing the showcase, and I maybe heard about it a week and a half ago that we might be doing it. I'm like, cool. I'll probably keep it open. I'm going to keep it open. I feel like we'll most likely do the event because, with the way Mark and Ed tend to pitch things, we usually tend to get the bids we like, except for state. Not saying anything there, but we like to do a good job, and we knew that we could definitely bring a lot to covering this event. And so here we are covering both, and I think it's also kind of neat that both showcases are kind of here because, the facilities here at Saddleback College are, like you said before, Ryan, pretty amazing. They're very blessed with the facilities, with the stadium and the practice fields. And two, the fact that Saddleback Stadium is able to, one, not only just host these two games simultaneously, to be able to host our crew to offer two simultaneous broadcasts. So the flexibility that they were able to offer us has been amazing. What's the word I want to say? It's not coming to me.
Skibbity.
Sure, we can go with that. But we're very grateful that they've been so accommodating to us.
Yeah, and one thing's for certain, too. You also, like you mentioned, just want to thank the staff here at Saddleback for helping make sure that we have everything set up that we need to, everything that we would like to get our broadcast going, all the way down from power to data connection, just hosting tables, chairs. It's something that a lot of people don't really realize when it goes into broadcasting something. Broadcasting an event, it's not just, hey, you know what, guys show up and they start talking into a microphone. You got to think about all the small things like power, like data, like where you're going to tape stuff down, where the camera locations are. And the reason why you really have to say a big thank you to the staff here at Saddleback for hosting this event is because you look at guys like Matt, who we have talked to throughout the entirety of the season, and then also his staff as well. Can't credit them enough for looking at the broadcasters and saying, hey, you know what do you guys need? So that way we can help get this event up on the air. Looking at the coaches from across the entire state of California and saying, what do you guys need in terms of what our facility can offer? So that way we can draw the best talent for this type of event. And it's just a kudos all around from not just the coaches, not just Saddleback, but also the players as well. You also have to think of the players' families too. I mean, if you're looking at it from a player family perspective and you've got not just the player themselves, but let's just say mom and dad are here and a sibling, well, that's 4 people who have to make a big trip. If it's from Northern California, it's not a short drive.
Yeah, they're great hosts, like you said, Ryan, with giving us places to put cameras. Some would say they're platforms that we could put the cameras on.
Here's a chance. Near side, trying to catch up to it was Mario Fregoso. Fregoso not able to get there without the whistle being blown. And we're about halfway through the first half of play between the Coast South and the Pacific Coast here. Like Greg mentioned, everyone here at this tournament too is an all-conference selection. So whether it be first team or second team, everyone in this sophomore showcase was selected to represent their conference in the overall honors, which gives them a chance to play in front of these recruiters like you see here. Here's Dominic Wicks. Wicks for Miracosta. Now going to drop it off to Felix Ham out of Palomar. Ham looking for a teammate, offsides.
So would you say, Ryan, what the coaches in California with this sophomore showcase, the way Greg talked about it to me, felt like it's almost adjacent to an academy sort of mindset like you would see in Europe versus the U.S. We know soccer is a bigger sport worldwide, and I don't think the U.S. quite has an academy system like the rest of the world does when it comes to the sport of soccer. Is this maybe a step in the right direction? Is this a step of creating something for a academy system that doesn't quite exist, or that might be fledgling if it is starting to be formed?
I mean, yes and no, because I think the academy system it's kind of very specific, right? You have different goals for different student athletes. If you look at a team like Fullerton College, they run more of an academy system. You look at some other teams around Southern California that don't. And it's all about different types of success. Where is your success? Each of these different types of programs are sending guys on to the next level. And that's the ultimate goal, just like what
Greg said.
Greg said, exactly right. If it's an academy program and that's what works for your program more and that's what draws guys into your program and they move on to the next level because of it, then that's what you're going to go with. That's the characteristics you're going to apply. If you look at your program and you say, you know what, the academy system doesn't really work for us, but we're going to be the best community college emphasized program possible, and you're still moving guys on at the exact same rate or even more so, well, then that's what works for your program. And it's all about how you can adapt your style and your program to fit student athletes and get them on and get them looked at by four-year universities so that way they can have a chance to move on to the next level. Sun's starting to beat down upon the faces of those broadcasting.
Yeah, a bit of an expectation here given the fact that we are facing towards the west. Eventually the sun will creep right down in front of us.
Ball off the post and sent over top by Exontis. He looks directly at the sun as he is in disbelief that he doesn't put that one away. He and Diego Esquivel are the two that were in on the attack there. And for James Lee Exontis, he's one of the best players in Southern California. Last year was an Offensive Player of the Year, scored over 25 points, and was, like we mentioned, his conference's Offensive Player of the Year. This year, an all-conference first-team selection. And unfortunately for him, if you are a San Diego City fan or a family member of Exontis, they end up finishing their season against Fullerton College at Fullerton. On the other side, if you're a Hornet fan, you're okay with how that ended up working out, but it's all a matter of perspective and where you come from in terms of your rooting angle and your interest. Exontis, again, like we mentioned, he has been excellent for San Diego City, and he has continued to be exactly that. In this one, of course, he did have the wide open net just a few moments ago that he is going to be kicking himself about missing, as that shot earlier by Diego Esquivel went off the post. Here's the ball down the middle of the park, and it will be intercepted and cleared away. Coast South, Pacific Coast, those are our two.
Not confusing at all.
No, it's very simple.
The way that it's simple is you see an offensive chance and a shot that ends up going up and high.
Right, so
Josue Lopez.
Yeah.
The way that you can differentiate between the two, Pacific Coast going from the bottom of your screen to the top in red, and the Coast South from the top of your screen to the bottom in green.
I think you flipped
Nope.
them again.
Nope. Yeah.
Remember, Pacific Coast is representing the
Yes.
South wearing green.
Hold on.
Pacific
Let me
South,
write this down so that way I'm not doing this incorrectly again.
And then Pacific South is in the red, representing the North.
Yes, thank you.
Coast South.
Oh, I'm sorry.
South Coast was in
Okay,
green.
officially, Pacific Coast going from
This has
the
gone off
bottom
the
of your
rails.
screen to the top of your screen in green. Coast South is going from the top of your screen to the bottom in red. And the reason why I got those two confused as I was trying to actually set the record
Because
straight.
the roster list is flipped.
Well, not only that, but, well, see, the roster list is flipped here, but I've got it right on my roster.
Yeah.
The issue is I looked at Coast South and saw Evergreen Valley.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it.
But wait, would Evergreen Valley be wearing red?
They are.
They
I
are.
give up.
And the also funny thing, too, is that if you are familiar with the Pacific Coast Athletic Conference, seeing Palomar and San Diego City in green, it's a little different. You're used to seeing James Lee Exontis in red. But I digress. Injury here on the field. As the... Can't really see who the player down is. I'd have a little stoppage in the action for the moment being with under 8 minutes to play here in the first half. And it looks like that was Danny Barbosa of Mira Costa who ends up being attended to.
All these games really have came and gone. And I'm wondering if there's kind of an unwritten thing with the refs of, granted, we haven't seen a lot of fouls and a lot of need to reach into the pocket, thankfully, today. But I wonder if they're just told, don't worry about stoppage time.
That's actually a good question, too, because, I mean, in something like this, just a few moments ago, you lose a minute, technically, of game time. But it'll be intriguing to see whether the official looks at it and says, hey, you know what? We've got some scheduling to go to. That's a foul. That would be a foul.
So I think that kind of answers your question there, Joseph. Is ref's like, all right, let's
You know what?
let's keep it going. Like, we're 23 minutes in, guys. We're almost at half. Let's keep it rolling.
Here's Exontis. Exontis with his left foot, finds a guy down the middle. He's going to get it right back. Left-footed, takes a shot. That gets deflected twice, and Esquivel can't catch up to it.
And, you know, at the end of the last game, that game pretty much ended like a little after like the 60th minute with those 2 goals back-to-back in minute 59. And that little last possession was just, all right, little courtesy possession just to kind of get things aired. This way you don't just like end the game on you guys like that. At least gave them a little bit of time. But other than that, as soon as there was like a shot on goal and deflection, all right, cool. That's it. Had your chance. Let's move on.
Just give everyone a chance to get out on the field, show off their talent in front of recruiters, and get themselves an opportunity to switch on over. And actually, earlier I was talking about 2 teams warming up over to our right, and what I initially thought was Coast South and Pacific Coast, because we saw teams warming up on the 2 football practice fields. It was not Coast South and Pacific Coast. It was actually Hartnell and Sierra, as they are getting their warm-ups and practices done and over with in preparation for tomorrow's finals. So not only do you see sophomore showcase, but you get the opportunity to see some quality practices from state finalists coming up tomorrow. Dominic Wicks with Exontis. Exontis now on the look with Felix Ham. Back to Exontis. Exontis is going to work with Wicks once more. Wicks plays it back, and it will stay on the left-hand side. On the chase there is Eric Luna Ramirez, Player of the Year for Evergreen Valley. And he'll watch on as this one is tipped away twice, maybe 3 out of 4th. And it gets away to Artem Sidorenko. Sidorenko now looking with Esquivel. On to Exontis. Exontis, ever dangerous, goes one-on-one against Rafael Vargas. Exontis left-footed, little off-footer, trying to scoop it to his right, and that is intercepted cleanly. Takeaway here. That's a shot that's going to go up and high. Field goal was good. Day will continue on. In case you are just joining us, we've got plenty of opportunity to watch quality sophomore showcase soccer coming up here in just a little bit. This game was slated to start at 12:30 and started just around 5 minutes later or so. So the next matchup was slated to start at 1:45 as Exontis comes inside the box. He's going to turn. Now trying to work off the ball. Finds Ham on the right to Esquivel. Is he offsides? He is not. Down the middle for Esquivel. And no one really there to pick that up. Deflected twice. Now back to Felix Ham for a second. Goes to Danny Barbosa and taken away. But the next game was going to start at 1:45. We'll say if all remains the same, and hopefully so. It'll be about a 1:50 start between the Coast North and the Orange Empire Conference. Then a 3:05 to 3:10 start for Bay Valley against the WSC South. And then Golden Valley and the WSC North will be a 4:20 or so start. And that's, again, if everything stays on our current target of timing, which as of right now, we're about 3 minutes behind. But that's not bad, especially considering that all the tournaments that I grew up watching, or if you were ever with SportsNetUSA.net when the PGF was happening, well, to put it plainly, games did not have a tendency to continue to stay on their scheduled start time.
Say it ain't so.
But so far, this event has been pretty good. You know what? I'll take 2.5 minutes to 3 minutes over hours. So I'm okay with that. This is good. We've got a corner kick coming up on the far side of the field where it looks like Diego Esquivel will run up to it. Isaac Ramos out of Miracosta will be next to Esquivel, and Esquivel will decide to take it himself. Exantis is inside the box along with Dominic Wicks and Loya Alejandre. Exantis gets the head on it, and it is poked away at the last second by Sahib Sandhu out of Las Positas. So Sandhu is going to have to watch on again, as this will be yet another corner kick coming up in just a couple of moments. And the Pacific Coast in green, looking to center down the middle of the line. It's going to go now to Ham. Ham drops it down off of his head and cleared away decisively so by Alejandro Juarez. The De Anza product, nicely done. So the Pacific Coast getting the majority of chances here in the first half of play. Now coming up on about 45 seconds left approximately in the first half. Doubt there's going to be very much stoppage time to speak of, as Dominic Wicks will come over towards the ball. He's going to go one-on-one, try and get to that one. Does so successfully, dragging his foot, gets it away from him. Still with possession, Exantis comes over for it, and finally taken away from him. Mario Fregoso, nicely done. Sidorenko on the takedown. That's going to be a foul. And a free kick coming up. Little high five given to Jose Aguilar. Josue Lopez watching on, and the official says that will do it for the first half of play. 30 minutes in the books between the Pacific Coast Conference and the Coast South. There is no score in this one, and was relatively an uneventful first 30 minutes of play. You are watching the Sophomore Showcase here on SportsNetUSA.net. Give me a sec to breathe. Okay. And we welcome you back here to SportsNetUSA.net. Ryan Osborn alongside Albert Robles, and also over to my left is Joseph Pavlenko. Running up the stairs because we got more live game action here on SportsNetUSA.net. Orange Empire Conference taking on the Coast North. Now, Albert, you look at the entire day so far. I know you were keeping up with the other matchup that was going on the women's side of the showcase. Do you happen to have a final on what happened over there?
Since I have the stream up, I'll just do a little rewinding magic. It looks like it ended up being 2-0 in favor of Pacific Coast over Coast South in the women's side of things.
Sorry, I'm still catching my breath, but no, I got you. Those stairs are brutal to those who have not gone on stairs very much lately. This ball that goes up in front. It's taken away nicely on the other side, north side of things. It's the Coast North that is attacked there by Subaru Thompson. Ariola watching on. Sophomore out of Fullerton College. Booted away, booted down. So with this matchup starting a little earlier, they were trying to get the tournament right back on time.
That's what it looked like, because I think it's now 1:50. I think it was supposed to start at 1:45. Hey, we have a chance to cut a few minutes here, get back on track.
They looked at everyone and they said, hey, are you ready? Yeah, I'm ready. Are you ready? Yeah, close enough. And they went middle to Ariola. Ariola is going to see this one popped up into the air and chopped down.
And
Here's
Ryan,
a shot.
that was pretty
Martinez.
much what happened. The ref at center field was like, let's point him. You ready? Right, we're all here. Let's do it.
If we're ready to rock, so are you. Trevor Jones will also be out there as a goalkeeper. Alex Gomez, a late add to this OEC roster. And Gomez is going to end up wearing the number 32. Heavy on the attack. Orange Empire Conference has had to watch on for quite a bit. Taken over by Steven Martinez, who gets the opening frame here. On the chase, Ethan Adu Giamfi out of Irvine Valley College will take it now. Tristan Amesqua also out of IVC. Those two guys, plenty of familiarity between those two. And they give it to another guy that they're familiar with, Armin Tehrani. Tehrani coming down the middle looking for Palacios. Up over top to Brandon Acevedo. Acevedo, wing attacker for Fullerton College. He'll scoop this one off of a defender, and it will go out for a throw-in. We'll get to the lineups in just a couple of moments, as Angel Munoz is the goalkeeper on the other side. Subaru Thompson watching on as the OEC tries to get their attack going. That will be a throw-in. in just a couple of moments on the right side of the field. Everyone moving around, trying to find some open space. And again, that one is kicked away. Now we can accurately say that that one was kicked away by 33 yards. 10 yards of end zone. An additional 13 yards for where the ball stopped, and 10 yards in between the end zone and the touchline. The benefit of having multiple fields here.
And it is right about 10 yards. It's really not far off.
What about the space between fields, or did you account for that also?
That's what we're going for.
Oh, okay.
We're going
Yeah.
for 10 yards in between there.
Okay.
You know what? I looked over at Joe, and I just remembered. I may actually do the smart thing if I was smart the last time that I packed my backpack.
Lock in, bruv.
I will try. Now, if these look weird, it's because, now, mind you, for those listening online, I just put on some sunglasses. Now, the thing is that
Nifty.
Allegedly audio friendly.
sometimes you just don't want to pay for sunglasses. You end up going to a 3D movie and you keep them as sunglasses. Yeah, we're at that stage in life.
I don't think those work like that.
You know what? It's helping.
It's better than nothing.
I mean, they're polarized to some level.
They are. They are. Ball over to the right-hand side of the attacking options for the Coast North. Here's a chance. Ariola is the one who's going to take over, and he will take it away. Got a chance to talk to Andrew Ariola this season. He talked about what it was like turning into a leader for his team, and a lot of what he mentioned is just the fact that he was relied upon quite a lot in the back half of last year as an all-state performer for Fullerton College. For Ariola, he ended up, like we mentioned, being an all-state selection, all-region selection too. And after his performance last year, coming out of Canyon High School, this is scooted down the middle, and Palacios can't catch up to that as it is scooped up and taken away by Angel Munoz. But after last year, his coaching staff kind of looked at him and said, hey, you know what? You're going to be on the back line. You're going to be the starting center back for us. You absolutely have to take a leadership role for this program. If you can't do that, we're also going to bring on Cisco Torres, who he has been a teammate of for a couple years now, to help you out. And so Andrew Ariola ends up as one of the leaders for his program, and the main reason being is because he was able to grow into that role. And he said that, you know what, at the start of the season, it's a little tough because you're trying to figure out how you can find your leadership style, how you can look forward to being an even better teammate than you were the previous year. But now instead of being led, you're the one who's got to lead a group of guys, not just who are freshmen, because that's one thing that he mentioned, is that, yes, it's easier to lead a bunch of freshmen because they are brand new and you're just teaching them what you learned the previous year. But also, you have to figure out how to learn how to be a leader to guys who are exactly your equal in terms of experience. How do you become a leader to people who you have played with for years? A guy who you maybe have been on the same team with for 5, 6, 7 years, and that continues from junior high through high school to college. How do you find your leadership style and also still play at an elite level? And he was able to grow into that as the season went along. This will be a foul against the Orange Empire Conference and Brandon Acevedo. And he did that pretty successfully. As we mentioned last year, an all-state performer, all-region selection. And then this season for Fullerton College is a first-team all-conference member. So back-to-back seasons where he is an all-conference selection. He ends up getting called for a foul here. Josias Palacios running up to it. Haven't had a chance to go over the lineups yet between these two conferences. Orange Empire Conference and the Coast North. We start with the Coast North. Jesse Garcia out of San Francisco. Samuel Enguidanos out of Chabot with Leonardo Menjivar out of Ohlone. Then Angel Munoz, who is the goalkeeper out of Ohlone as well. Subaru Thompson out of Skyline with his teammate Eric Barajas. Alessandro Velasquez from De Anza and Kevin Orosio out of De Anza. Skyline represented once again by Beto Fernandez and then Luca Venturoli along with Francesco Ricciardri out of Cabrillo. Other side for Orange Empire, it will be Josias Palacios, Andrew Ariola, Cisco Torres, Jared Rodriguez, Steven Martinez, and Brandon Acevedo, all out of Fullerton. That is a 6-person lineup, along with Trevor Jones, who will be in for the second half. Christian Sanchez out of IVC, Jones out of Golden West. Armin Tehrani and Ethan Adu-Giamfi, both out of IVC. Tristan Amesqua also out of IVC, and then Yaya Alsadek to finish off the IVC lineup with Alex Gomez, a late addition from Cyprus. Now, if you're looking at this lineup for the Orange Empire Conference and you're saying, wait a minute, I'm hearing Fullerton, I'm hearing IVC, with the exception of 2 guys, Trevor Jones and Alex Gomez, this is a 100% Fullerton IVC lineup. Joe, you've seen a lot of Fullerton. You've seen a lot of IVC. Albert, on your end, you've seen a lot of IVC as well, and a little bit of Fullerton too.
Or at least when they came to Cyprus to play.
No, exactly it. Yeah, you see them when they play Cyprus. Did they play? They played against Saddleback, right? Because it should be a home and home. Or were you guys live on the air for that one?
I don't believe so. Or at least not to my recollection. Or at least if we were, I wasn't there for it.
That is fair. Here's Adu Giamfi. He's going to give that one out. But it's kind of interesting to see all the different team members from each of these conference selections. Because, again, the Orange Empire Conference has a lot of all-conference selections. But of your, in total we'll say 13 guys, 11 of them are from the same school. Or not the same school, but the same 2 schools.
I think part of that comes to what Greg was talking about, right? Which is who got the recognitions, the first team, the second team, all that sort of recognitions. And then from that pool of players, how do you build your best 11-man squad? And he said it went through the conference, right? They decided on that. It wasn't just one person representing the conference building the team. So these are the guys who those coaches thought would be best used to highlight what the OEC was, and that had something to show in the showcases. At least that's what I'm thinking happened.
And there are some limitations to that as well, because you might be thinking, okay, wait a minute, there's no one here from Saddleback listed for the OEC, but there are Saddleback players. They're just on the Western States North roster. Few small selections from that particular conference. So there's some Saddleback, Rio Hondo, and Golden West College players who will be playing later tonight.
Yeah, and I think we had mentioned it just a little bit before too, is that you look at a team like Golden West, they've got 3 different guys in 3 conferences. You look at a team like Saddleback, they're actually, if I'm not mistaken, they've got a couple on the South Coast. I'll have to double check that. But you see the Orange Empire Conference just kind of spread around all over the place. But
yeah,
that's, again, because of all the quality of player.
Yeah, earlier on the South Coast Conference, there was a Golden West player listed there, Mount Sac player listed for the Inland Empire Conference game. And then, later on, we're going to have some Saddleback, Rio Hondo, and Golden West College, again, added on to Western States. And I'm trying to see if there's a few other, random little crossovers here and there. But, with the size of the conference, number of players there are, going to have to spread them around a little because you can't have everybody on that conference on one team, especially when you have some of those conferences which are a little bit smaller, might not have the number of players necessary to fill that roster. That's where we can kind of get generous and have that put that overflow.
Well, and smaller conferences that might not be able to field a full 10 in that aspect, or guys from conferences where it's a drive and maybe they can't get people to come out and make a commitment, like coming out to an event like today. So it's being hosted in the OEC area, the Orange Empire Conference area. So the coaches around here go, you know what, guys, it's fine. We'll give you some of our other guys, and we'll help you field a team so you can have a representation that is mostly of your conference, and we'll just give you some other guys to help you field an 11-man squad.
OEC dangerously close to putting one away there just a few moments ago, but they could not convert, as it looks like that's going to be an offsides going against the Orange Empire Conference. And actually, kind of going to both of your guys' point, we don't know if these teams are kind of reverse engineered. And what I mean by that is, instead of saying, okay, straight up, the best 11 guys off of the conference selections are the ones who end up going on to the, for example, Orange Empire Conference team. But instead, it could have been everyone set their lineups. But you have a couple of conferences like you guys were talking about who knew they weren't going to have 2 or 3 guys. They were going to have 2 or 3 roster spots that were going to be open, whether it be because of scheduling conflicts, whether it be because of travel's tough. So you know you have 2 or 3 conferences, 2 or 3 slots that you need to fill. So you contact those other conferences and say, okay, we have 2 or 3 spots we need to fill. How can we get this rolling to where we have a chance to be able to field our conference guys, but also showcase others? So you take a couple from the OEC. Here's Palacios. He's going to have a one-on-one, a beautiful up and down through ball, and it's in. Josias Palacios with the goal, and he is going to get that one by way of an assist by, I thought it was Kevin Orosio, but I am incorrect. That is Christian Sanchez on the through ball. Beautifully placed pass, and it is 1-0 Orange Empire Conference. But just kind of going back to that point, it's, you know that you have 2 or 3 open spots. You take a couple of OEC guys because you know that they're local. You have them play for those conferences, and then that allows for teams to send a few more guys. So, like, let's just say Fullerton only had 3 guys. IVC only had 3 guys. But because you're getting a couple of Saddleback players somewhere else, a Golden West guy over here, well, now that opens 2 or 3 spots on the OEC roster where you can go to the all-conference selections that were initially going to be left off by a team like IVC or Fullerton. So a few moments ago, 1-0 for the Orange Empire Conference, thanks to Josias Palacios on a beautifully placed ball that was given to him by Christian Sanchez. Sanchez making it 1-0 by way of Palacios. Yaya Alsadek was going after that ball, ends up seeing that one go just past him, actually make that Brandon Acevedo. Acevedo will have to watch on, as this is now going to be taken back by the Coast North. 12 minutes left to go in the first half of play. Again, we are playing 2 30-minute halves. If you haven't been with us so far today, it is a grand total of 2 30-minute halves for a total of 60. And there is no extra time, no stoppage time. We are just going straight 60 minutes of play for these sophomores trying to show off their talent. Palacios on the chase. He was real good for Fullerton College throughout the entirety of the year. High backspun floater looking for the through, doesn't end up working, and Ariola's going to run up to it.
Well, and even planning the teams, Ryan, you were talking to Greg before this match, and it's another thing that he kind of talked to you when you were asking him about setting up this event, right? Like, logistically, lots of planes in the air, more so than you probably realize. An event like this gets put on, and if it's put on well, like I would say this one is, it looks effortless. But the amount of planning and preparation to make something like this seem effortless is, to put it simply as you would say, a lot.
And the intricacies of something like this too, right? It's not just coaches. It's not just players that you're trying to get in line and trying to get to help out with things. You're also thinking game management staff. You're also thinking making sure that the officials are going to be ready to roll, making sure that the lineups are set. Everyone has their correct jersey. What if a jersey gets lost in transit as you're trying to get the rosters all set up? What if you need to fill one more roster spot because someone ends up not being able to make it at the last moment? There's a lot that goes into this, and just making sure that everything's coordinated and good to go. Acevedo, excellent wing attacker for Fullerton College. All season long, Joe and I, in broadcasting Fullerton College, got the opportunity to see his attack along the wing, kind of opened things up for the Fullerton College staff. Over to Alessandro Velasquez. Velasquez looking for a teammate. He does find someone in Jesse Garcia out of San Francisco. Turned. Possession taken by Luca Venturoli. Venturoli down to Eric Barajas. Barajas with it. They switch things over. Now it's going to find the awaiting foot of Beto Fernandez. So Beto Fernandez right back to Barajas. Now it switches back over. Now a takedown for a moment. And is it Arosio or Barajas? It is Barajas who gets taken to the floor. Leonardo Menjivar. He's been very good for his program. Was very good and obviously got all conference selection this season. But was one of the best in terms of playmaking and also getting assists. He was top 3 in the conference. Little switch over now near the post. Here's a shot. Ends up going out. And they're going to say that Steven Martinez did not get a piece of that. So for Martinez, he'll end up with a goal kick out of this. Here's Ariola along the touchline. He's got Yaya Alsadek over to his right. Laid down for Tristan Amesqua. Amesqua sees that one taken away. Nicely done. Dispossessed there by Subaru Thompson. Thompson chested down. Turning. Here's a shot that gets taken by Venturoli. Martinez able to get over to it in time. Prevents it from going out and across the end line for a corner kick. And possession taken by the Orange Empire Conference. Coming to the latter stages of this first half between the OEC and the Coast North here in game number 4 on SportsNetUSA.net. On the attack goes OEC. There's a chance that ends up just going wide. Alex Gomez was the one who takes it there. The guy that Albert Robles is familiar with over at Cypress College. Of course, the voice of Cypress College soccer is upstairs directly above us. Mark Pavlovich has been on the call for Cypress Soccer throughout the entirety of the season and has been the case for the last few years. Here's Gomez. He's going to pop this one up. Here's Palacios bumping it back, and he can't get that one over to a teammate like he'd like to. Speaking of Mark, he's joined by Corey Nalen and Ed Ford on the call as this is a breakaway pass, and Martinez has to get back into his own net. A chance for Martinez to make a save. Does he get a piece of it? They do not say so. And that is Beto Fernandez who gets up to that ball. So Martinez had to be alive for it. Beto Fernandez, fantastic run there. He was able to see that ball get in behind the defense and found his way with some open space. By the time he catches up to that ball, we'll say he's about 10 yards out from the goal, but his ankle was severe. Nothing he could do about that, as that is dropped down by Arosio. Arosio out of De Anza. Arosio down the middle. It's Ariola who picks it up. Now Menjivar. His pass into the corner doesn't end up connecting, and it's going to turn and find its way to Alex Gomez. Here's Gomez. Now with Amesqua. Tristan Amesqua watching on as it switches over to Jared Rodriguez. Rodriguez kind of playing back from what he normally does at Fullerton College. Popped up to Armin Tehrani. Tehrani down the middle. Here's a chance for the Orange Empire Conference, and they score. I believe that is Brandon Acevedo, and it is indeed. So 2 Fullerton College products get the Orange Empire Conference on the board. Once again, it's 2-0 OEC over top of the Coast North. So it sets up Jared Rodriguez going on the left-hand side to Armin Tehrani. Palacios with the first, and Acevedo with the second. And we also have a scoring update on the other side. The Orange Empire Conference, which kind of dominated the state playoffs for the women's bracket, is up 1-0 behind our shoulders. So the OEC.
And they're playing a combination of the Bay and Central conferences.
I was just about to say the OEC is a combined up 3-0 over the opponents that they're playing. And that kind of goes back to the rostering that we were talking about. You have 2 conferences who know that they're going to be a little short on rostered players, so you combine them both as Martinez makes a nice save, controls the rebound, and keeps it in front. Beto Fernandez not shy about taking that ball and letting it fly.
Well, this is also another thing that I know we've mentioned in our broadcast. I know when we've had the pleasure of having Mark Pavlovich on a broadcast with us, Ryan, the OEC has a history of having a very high competitive level, a very high competitive ceiling, if you want to put it that way. And so it makes sense that the players from that conference would be performing well today.
Yeah, and especially when you see how many guys are here from Fullerton College, it's kind of understood as to why they would have a little bit better of chemistry overall as opposed to the other teams that have been playing it so far today. And it's not just Fullerton College, but it's also Irvine Valley. A lot to be said about how many guys have played with each other time and again, whether it be on club teams or also on their college teams. Jared Rodriguez trying to keep that going with Palacios, doesn't connect. Adu Giamfi is the one who steps in front of that. And he's going to loop this over towards Palacios. Is he onside or not? He is onside. So it's Palacios who's trying to go one-on-one, find some space, turning to his left, lets that go, and it will end up being outside the frame. He had Tristan Amesqua for a second, and he was going up against Ricky Ardrey. And Francesco able to force him into a shot he wasn't comfortable with. Here's Alsadek having to get back. Nice scooping tackle. The challenge is made by Alsadek, and he's able to force a throw-in coming up in just a couple of moments as we are about a minute away from the first half finishing up here. What has been a good afternoon, good morning of soccer. You're live from Saddleback on sportsnetusa.net. As we continue to bring you the live action from the Sophomore Showcase here in 2025, the CCCSCA putting on this event and giving these sophomores the opportunity to really show themselves to four-year universities one last time at the community college level. As that one is up into the air, looks like it ends up going off of the defender and Jared Rodriguez. So the mark is there, but it ends up as a corner kick. Palacios in the first 12 minutes, and just 5 minutes ago with Acevedo. Those are the 2 goals so far in this one. Both those goals successfully assisted and connection of IVC to Fullerton College. Here's a Turner. Adu Giamfi, a volley. Chance was there, excellent by Samuel Enguidanos, and that is the last kick of the first half of play. So Enguidanos sends that one up and high. He will send us to the end of 30 minutes. It's 2-0, the Orange Empire Conference on top of the Coast North. You are watching the 2025 3CSCA Sophomore Showcase here on sportsnetusa.net. fight goes into each and every one of those matches, especially in the quarters and semis, where you think to yourself, all right, if you are wholly committed to seeing a group of guys that you have been in the locker room with, you've been practicing with day in and day out for over a year now. If you're a sophomore, 2 years now. And all of a sudden, your season ends. It's real tough to be able to just manufacture the emotion to be like, you know what, I'm going to go out, see a couple of these guys again, see maybe even the team that we just got eliminated by, and then just go out and say, all right, well, I have to kind of get things going right back to the same level of play that I did before.
What a great little stop we just had at Speculation Station.
Speculation Station is right after Conjunction Junction, so we're good. Coming up on 8.5 left to play in the first half between these two teams. This is game 5 of 6 here on sportsnetusa.net from the men's side of the showcase. That is not including the women's side of the showcase. They are also in the middle of game 5 of 6 and almost to the end and to the full fruition of this showcase. What has been an exciting one. Actually, you know, going back to a comment that Albert mentioned earlier, a lot of Southern California represented in the state championships recently. Well, if you go back 16 years to 2008, 13 of 16 have been from Southern California. The only exceptions in that time were Fresno College, or Fresno City in 2019, 2017, and Taft, or excuse me, and Hartnell in 2013. That's it. You take it all the way back to the year 2000. Santa Rosa had 2001 and 2002 back-to-back state titles. And then after that, it was just a whole host of Orange Empire Conference, Western State Conference, and Pacific Coast. Of the last 26 titles that have been handed out, Southern California has taken 21. I'd say that's pretty decent.
Yeah.
That's pretty decisive. Taken away momentarily. Off the boot, it goes to Hidalgo. Hidalgo trying to start a rush. They go to Jala. Already has one in this one. He's trying to get it back over to his right foot where he's more comfortable. Chopped underneath that one. And finally, it goes to Jonathan Garcia. 2-1 is our score. Or excuse me. Yeah, 2-1. 2-1. Just had to double check on that. And for Caleb Stokes, he's able to bring it back. Live from Saddleback here on field number 2. Western State South in green, going from the bottom of your screen to the top. Bay Valley in red, going from the top of your screen to the bottom. Final 4 teams warming up, both the men and women over to our right. So they're getting set for the final 2 games of the showcase.
That would make this the penultimate game of the showcase, right?
I believe so.
That is how that works.
Math.
Words.
See, you said words, I went math. Either one works. Here's a chance down the middle. Luis Gill looking for someone. He was actually trying to get it over to his own teammate in Julian Bustos. Couldn't connect on that one. Bustos is going to see this one go out, and we're going to have a throw-in on the right with Anthony Contreras.
Now, the last game we saw was high scoring, but it wasn't as high energy as some of the leadoff games were. And again, I feel like we've got another, we'll call it a slightly slower tempoed match where it feels like they're still feeling each other out.
And I think both sides not Not only are they still feeling each other out, I just don't feel like they have truly taken control or tried to take control of this one. Because you're seeing a lot of stretch passes, you're seeing a lot of through balls into open space, but you haven't really seen either team try and get an offense going or try and get sustained pressure. That'll be a free kick, pretty easily done, as Jallo is going to hit the floor. So goal kick coming up from the right side of the field, where Hidalgo is going to step up to it. Right-footed. Everyone outside the box. That's where the back line for the Western State South is set up. Here's Hidalgo. Looking at the net, he's thinking about it. Will he go for goal? He does. He curls this one up and high. The thought process was there. Just ended up missing over top of the net. And it will end up going as a goal kick. Great view here of the overall formations for both teams. Shape of both of these two, as Julian Bustos is going to bring it up from the right side. He finds Santana. Hugo Santana out of Antelope Valley. Little looper. He's got a breakaway pass if he can get it up there, and it is offsides. Masrur out of Antelope Valley is trying to reach it there in time, but he just takes one extra step. He's across the line. Here's Hidalgo. Hidalgo, quick swinger. Now to Jallo. Jallo directing traffic with his offhand. He's going to go one-on-one. Goes down the middle and finds a teammate. Off the left foot of it looked like Hafsia. Hafsia trying to catch up to it. Jallo still with it. Doesn't go past the end line. Now Santiago Hernandez. Hernandez to the back line. To Nyang. Tet Nyang. Looking for the back door. Jallo isn't there, but it has to be cleared away by Santana. Now Hidalgo. Hidalgo on the turn. Shape being created, runs also being formed as Giovina from Napa Valley is in behind the play. Bump back to Saldivar, and Saldivar is going to take possession of this. 2.5 minutes to go until halftime, as the fifth of our sixth is going to work its way towards the end of the first 30 of play. We've seen 2 goals off the rush. We've seen 1 off of a set play. And it's a 2-1 lead for the moment being. Western State South with the advantage at the moment, as this goes back to Bustos. Bustos looking for a teammate. He has one, just for a moment. Goes off to Anthony Contreras. Contreras, he'll switch it back, looking for Luis Gill. Gill, Contreras, and Caleb Stokes. Bakersfield, Antelope Valley. Quick switch, quick turn. Shot that ends up going off the outside of the foot, and it will go for a goal kick. Wanting to play this quickly for Bay Valley will be Yahir Rodriguez, sophomore out of Woodland. Knows that there's just about 90 seconds left until halftime. And Hidalgo says, I see Jallo once more. He likes to go to that left-hand side of the attack. And he'll float this one over to that exact direction. Turning around is Contreras. Contreras wants Saldivar. Saldivar with a heavy boot down towards the middle of the field, where it will end our half. So, 30 minutes gone here in the first half of play between Western State South and Bay Valley. You are watching the 2025 Sophomore Showcase here on SportsNetUSA.net. And we're back with some more 2025 Sophomore Showcase here on SportsNetUSA.net. Ryan Osborn, Albert Robles, Joseph Pavlenko bathing, basking, and enjoying the sun here at Saddleback College as we are set for the second half of play between the Western States South Conference and the Bay Valley Conference. Bay Valley will switch things up here in the second half as they will be going from the bottom of your screen to the top. On the other side for Western States South, they will be going from the top of your screen to the bottom. Western States South will be in green, and on the other side, Bay Valley will be in red. I'd double check on that. Got that right. Might be the first time today. Switch back. That goes to Jonathan Ramos.
Well, it's definitely easier when you don't have the confusion of, Coast South, the Pacific Coast, and South Coast, and all these other coast conferences.
And Evergreen being in red, and then also San Diego City being in green?
Yep.
Okay.
Palomar also is in green, and we're known
That's
for
right.
their being in red. They have some awesome kits.
They really do. No, that's the thing, too, is that I really enjoy the fact that a lot of these California teams have decided to get more exploratory with their kits and what they decide that they want to be able to field from day to day. And it's been fun to see throughout the last few seasons of covering community college soccer.
I think like just uniforms across these different conferences and teams in general. Like Cypress softball, they got some great uniforms. OCC, the Pirate uniforms, great uniforms for softball. They just look fantastic. So many schools really bring it in terms of their uniform design. It's a lost art.
No, it truly is, too, because there was a time, too, in like the early 2010s, late 2000s, where you started seeing teams just kind of go real basic and real funky with their uniforms, where it wasn't funky in a sense of like, ooh, this looks like it could be stylish. It was more just funky in we're kind of going to go by template by template and roll with it. And so for some teams, it just simply didn't work. But that has completely changed as this one is turned over for a second, and Bay Valley is trying to go on the attack.
Yeah, a little bit of a lost opportunity there for Western State South. They had an open net, but Bay Valley able to clear it out. And I think I heard a little bit of a gasp there from Joseph there.
There's an open net. Nobody put a ball in it.
Both teams have had plenty of chances in this one, and what has basically been if you're talking overall game, it's been kind of slow and methodical. But if you're talking about just chance by chance, I mean, obviously these two teams have put 3 balls away. On the other side, there was a goal scored in the women's game. Always good to hear. As we have seen plenty of offense. We have not had a single game end 0-0, which now that I say that, our 6th game is going to end 0-0.
Thanks a lot, Ryan.
This match might have the most offside calls I think we've seen all day so far.
Yeah, both teams have tried to be real aggressive with getting out in front of the ball early. And it's worked 3 times. 4 other times it has been called offsides. This one is laid down. Goes to Anhuyan. Now Gabriel Gonzalez. He's looking for it, can't find it. Here's Jallo. Jallo has to scoop it to his right to Gaithafsia. Gaithafsia all the way back to Gabriel Gonzalez. Swung to Alberto Martinez out of Napa Valley. Kicked forward. Now checked down. Ends up going over to the right to Hafsia. And finally back to Gabriel Gonzalez out of Santa Rosa. We've heard Santa Rosa's name a couple of times. Not just in this one, but also in a matchup a couple games ago, where a lot of his teammates had the opportunity to be able to go out there and display their talent for not only the recruiters, but for themselves and their teammates. get one more opportunity to play community college soccer before they move on to the next big thing in their lives. Transfer to a 4-year university and getting the chance to continue their athletic and academic careers as well.
Saying they have one chance, one opportunity, Ryan?
Boo.
I think Corey would have appreciated that more than us too.
Flown right over Mark's head, I can tell you that.
That's very true. That's very true.
Well, I mean, he's fairly with it most of the time.
He is. You should see his CD collection.
That's impressive. Last time he talked to me about music, they were on 8 tracks.
We pick on the old guy, but he has continuously been the voice of Cypress and Saddleback soccer here on SportsNetUSA.net. He is calling the action over on the primary field. That is the women's side of the showcase, where, of course, he has been the main play-by-play guy for both Cypress and Saddleback women's soccer throughout not only this year, but years past as well. So there was no one more apt and more qualified to call the women's side of the showcase than the man who had been responsible for being the play-by-play guy for both of those two excellent squads. And of course, Ed Ford, who's also on the call with him, head of the company here at SportsNetUSA.net. Been watching community college sports for many years and quite the expert on community college soccer, and continually keeps us up to date on what's going on, not just in community college soccer, but also athletics as a whole at the college level. He has been excellent in making sure we stay informed. Corey Nalen, of course, the expert in all things.
Both of them the experts in pretty much all things softball, including Ed Ford.
That is very true. Also Corey, too, because he comes from a softball background, too. So that is a very experienced crew over there. So if you also want to not only watch our game, but you want to listen to a little bit of them calling some action, you can do exactly what Albert Robles mentioned earlier. Do a split screen. Get yourself 2 different streams of SportsNetUSA.net live on the air here from both fields number 1 and 2. You have the opportunity to listen to 2 quality broadcast locations who know what they're talking about when it comes to community college soccer, because SportsNetUSA.net is your leader and home for community college athletics. We're not just talking about soccer. Don't forget that you can watch a lot of not only soccer, but you got volleyball. There's some wrestling action. We got basketball, men and women. We've had football on the air as well. Some water polo, and then also swim and dive we've had here on SportsNetUSA.net. Track and field too, golf as well. So if you're really just thinking, you know what, I could really watch some community college athletics, some community college sports this weekend, this week, this month, this year, look no further than SportsNetUSA.net, your leader for community college athletics. Here's Jonathan Ramos. Ramos trying to push it up. Looking to connect with Jallo on the left-hand side, but he can't get that one over. Here's Santana. Santana along with Anthony Gamby. Jallo on the retake. Arturo Garcia with Hidalgo. Here's Tet Nang. Things a lot more calm here than we saw in the early going of this afternoon and this morning, where you had so many different coaches, players, teammates, family members, and friends who were all here in attendance to watch some of this showcase, whether it be for the men or the women. You had so many different people in attendance trying to make sure that they got their opportunity to really see what this showcase is about and support those loved ones or family members or just schools that they enjoy watching. Got a pretty good crowd on hand, and also still have a good crowd on hand. There are a lot of people directly below us. At one point we had people just watching on the stairs over to our left. That's how crowded it got.
Of course, we're on the second floor, still a bunch of people above us as well. Although only certain people have access to that particular floor, but there's still people up there.
That's true. People are still people watching, regardless of the platform that they are on.
Even some people I've seen come from the third floor. I'm like, I don't think you were supposed to have been up there, but somehow you got there.
You got there and you found out it's a very nice view nonetheless. Ball on the near side of the field, picked up by Western State South. Lost for a second, finally taken away by Gabriel Gonzalez. Gonzalez looking for a teammate, and that one is kicked away. Again, you hear some of the teammates of guys who are currently on the field over to our right, watching this one from this second floor of the Saddleback Stadium. It stays with that resonating kind of theme that we've put in here throughout, is that this entire event is just about supporting the student athletes, regardless of whether or not you are a student athlete yourself. We've seen a lot of teammates of the athletes here on the field who may not even be on the same team at this showcase, still just coming out and staying and watching even well after their games are over with, just to make sure that they have a chance to root on and watch their friends and colleagues get the opportunity to compete in this one. Liner taken down, intercepted nicely. Angel Montes de Osa. Marching down to the back half of this one. 18 minutes left. And a 2-1 lead for Western State South. They're trying to make it 3. Here's a shot that is blasted. That one ends up going to Anthony Gamby out of Bakersfield, and he had a chance to make it 3-1, but guys, he just decided he was going to front load on that foot and just let it fly, when a little bit more touch was needed in that case. Hidalgo been very active in getting the ball back. Now finally it will go all the way back to the awaiting foot of Hector Arteaga. And Arteaga, out of Citrus, is taking the place of Diego Saldivar. Bay Valley trying to set something up here. Get that dispossessed, turned over. He's going to find 2 and get away. Kevin Anhunyan. Now it's Santana. Santana looks around and says, hey guys, where is everybody? How come everyone that I thought was going to be there was not there? And it'll end up going up to Hidalgo. So this showcase has been played for years on end. You look back into the history of this showcase, and like Greg mentioned, it's not something that's been around for the last 5 years or even post-COVID. If you're trying to look online, you can see remnants of old tournaments from 2013, go back as far as 08, even back to 2002, just for stuff on the internet. Then you also have to ask the coaching staffs across the state of California, hey, what was this showcase like prior to the year 2000, and they will let you know. Because it has always been a part of the state program, we'll call it. Not necessarily in the same capacity. Like Greg said, his time that he has spent with this showcase goes back about 20 years, which is 2005. But also, if you look at it, you can see similar types of events. Not quite the exact same, but similar types of events happening in the late 90s and early 2000s, just making sure that these student athletes have plenty of chances to be able to kind of put their talents on display for the 4-year universities, as this is going to be offsides. to be able to see them and get a real accurate beat on what their talent level is and how they can help that next stage. So the showcase is an integral part of how the 3C2A continues to help out these student athletes, and you have to give a lot of credit to the 3CSCA. I have to remember that, CCCSCA, for making sure that their student athletes are always getting that feeling of being supported at all times. I mean, you talk to Greg, you talk to BJ McNichol, who has been the host of this tournament on the Saddleback side of things. The main thing that they'll tell you is the showcase is nice, and we love to be able to see all the different student athletes, but if we can make sure that each one of them feels like they are being represented at their best by the colleges that they decided to put their trust in and the coaching staffs that they decided to put their trust in for their future, then that's where all the success comes from. You can come out here and see a bunch of scoring. You can come out here and see a bunch of great saves from goalkeepers, fantastic clippable moments. But again, they say if you finish the entire showcase with 0 scores, nothing happens. But these students get a chance to move on, and they are accurately represented by coaching staffs who truly care about them. So this is going to be blasted just wide. Gamby once again. Then it's all worth it in the end, because again, it is each of these programs' mission and goal, yes, to win state championships, but for the #1 thing that they are going to really hang their hat on, it's to make sure that student athletes are represented and can move on to the next level. I mean, how many times have we heard from Greg Aviles as this one is going to be offsides? From Greg Aviles, BJ McNichol, Christian over at Cypress as well. Just how they were able to catch up with student athletes after they move on from Fullerton. They're so proud of the abilities they have moving on to the next level, going on to different universities. You see the Orange Empire Conference with so many different representatives, not only at the Division I level, but Division II, III, and NAIA. I mean, look at a guy like Misael Gonzalez, who is now just tearing it up in the Big West Conference. You have a lot of community college transfers in the Big West, the Mountain West, even a couple in the Pac-12 too, just because of how well their coaching staffs were able to display the talent that they had, play to that talent, and help develop it. But also, one of the most crucial things that a lot of people don't realize is that coaching staffs have a very big part to play in the additional recruitment process when it comes to 4-year universities. And when you see those student athletes move on to that next level program where they have so much success and they have Division I all conference accolades and they have, you know, all region selections, and you see Conference Player of the Year awards being honored to former community college transfers. The reason why that is because they were helped be placed into a good spot by a coaching staff who truly cares about what their future looks like. And that's exactly what this showcase is going to be, and what it has continued to be here in the state of California. Now, I know Albert and Joseph are both thinking to themselves, wow, Ryan talks a lot. He just doesn't stop, hasn't taken a breath, hasn't stopped his run-on sentences. But nonetheless, just trying to get basically what the mission statement is of the sophomore showcase out and about to the fans, and what we have heard from the coaching staffs recently. You see how they didn't disagree, that they are thinking, wow, Ryan just hasn't stopped talking.
Well, you're very good at what you do.
You learned from the best, the old guy.
Yeah, because like Mark can talk, and you and Mark and Corey is a part of that as well, and that you guys can just blast off without any breaks because you're that prepared, and it's impressive.
I mean, he did forget
and
about
I admire it.
Shouting out, also attracting international prospects.
That's
Angel
true.
Salviano.
No, you're absolutely correct, too, because, Joe, you and I saw it a lot in the Orange Empire Conference. Albert, you saw it, too, being a part of Saddleback and also Cypress, too. How many times did we see international products at Cuyamaca, at San Diego City, at a team like Palomar, or even some at Saddleback or Cypress when they have the opportunity, or even Fullerton, too, like you mentioned with with Angel Sevillano, those international products come to these programs because they know that they have coaching staffs that care about them. And I mean, talking to Angel Sevillano one time, I asked him, hey, how did you choose Fullerton College? And he was talking about he saw a lot of different programs across the state of California and across the United States, but he really found his connection when it came to community college with the program at Fullerton and the coaching staff at Fullerton. And that's what you see across not just Fullerton, but also the state, the Orange Empire Conference, the Western State South, the Bay Valley. Go all the way down the list from top to bottom, and you're going to see a lot of coaches who truly care about these student athletes, and that is what attracts people from outside the country as well. There's a shot that ends up just going wide. Hector Artiaga was there to be able to cover, and we're 10 minutes away from ending this one. A 2-1 score for the Western State South.
See, I was going to ask if we were about 5 minutes away. I see the lights kicking on just in case.
Oh, yeah, just barely kicking on right now. I see one of them off in the distance.
And the reason why you only see one of them is because they are extremely angled. And that's one thing that I learned about when it comes to stadium building in the last 5 years. Here's Santana, one-on-one. He tries to off-foot this one and sends this one too far off the other side of the post.
Had a great look, but just didn't quite have the angle.
And his momentum was taking him away from his right foot that he prefers to go to.
Yeah, you can see the setting sun trying to encroach in the top of some of our camera shots.
Oh, it's been encroaching. So you probably notice a little bit of the lens flare. Yeah, nothing we can do about that. It's just, it's our reality now.
I believe the exact word is, it is what it is.
Yeah.
We are Star Trek.
Just real quick, one more anecdote about the lights. Because this is the type of stuff I nerd out about. Why, I don't know. But
you going to make me talk about the carpet after this and the turf?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. Well, I mean, going back to the lights, one thing that we learned about lights and the way that they are now created is that they are so angled and so directional that the LEDs inside these stadium lights are perfectly angled to hit an exact patch of, quote, grass. It would be turf in this case. So that way there is no bleed additionally to the neighborhood or even down onto the freeway or across.
Fascinating.
Yeah, you have some colleges in residential areas, and you have some neighbors that acknowledge what living next to a college is, and you have other neighbors who refuse to acknowledge what living next to a college is. So you need to take in these sorts of considerations. And at being attached to different campuses and working with stuff, Ryan and I, like Ryan said, nerding about the lights. Mark and I have had conversations with people putting turf or the carpet down and how they stitch it together, how much of the little turf rubber pellets are on there, how much they have to drag the field, water the field. You wouldn't think, turf field, you need to water it? Yeah, you do. It gets hot.
Yep.
Ryan furiously scribbling producer notes down.
Yes, indeed. Very important producer notes. Things that I'm going to refer to later on.
Oh boy.
Ball ends up going to the right-hand side. We stay at a 2-1 lead for the Western State South.
Well, it's funny that he's the one scribbling down producer notes when producer is sitting right here. He's just talent. So I don't know. Like, what are you trying to do here?
Talent notes.
I'm surprised he was able to read that.
They're very important notes.
Listen, after working together with Joe for 6 years now, I'm happy he can read my chicken scratch when I write stuff down.
I am too a chicken scratch penmanship artist. I'm surprised I could read that without needing my actual glasses.
Well, I think you have the benefit in that you're reading it with the sun and not against it.
That's a good point.
That usually helps.
You're right. It was backlit. That made all the difference.
Yeah.
Santana comes away with the ball. He's trying to make it a 2-1 advantage as he pushes up the field. Here's Gamby.
Was about 5 to 6 minutes left in the match, depending on how you count.
You are almost exactly spot on. 5 minutes left.
I said depending on how you count. You have one
It's
Mississippi.
now at 5 minutes exactly. So you were pretty dang close.
Here's a chance for Gamby, one-on-one. He scores. He'd been wanting that one for quite a while. He'd had multiple chances. He makes it 3-1.
Beautiful little, I want to say one-on-one, but it's not quite one-on-one. It was one-on-one with the defender, got past the defender, and I don't think the keeper thought the defender was going to let it by him. So I think he was caught a little flat-footed right there.
It kind of caught him off guard. He went just off his right side. He had the position to really, get the save, but I think with what you thought, Joseph, that defender was there, probably could have gotten a good, defensive kick in there, but, comes up just short.
Under 4 to play as the Western State South has opened up a 2-goal advantage. 3-1 is our score. On the other side, it is also a 3-1 advantage for the Western State South, taking on Golden Valley. Ball is dropped. Almost a dangerous chance there for Bay Valley. Bay Valley, Golden Valley, two very different conferences. And I believe Golden Valley may have just scored.
No, that was Western.
Oh, I take that back.
As a score just updated
Oh,
on my
there you
end
go.
here.
4-1 on the other side. Opportunity, backside. Santana has to circle back for it. It's intercepted. Hidalgo takes it back. On the attack, here's Jallo. Leaves that one on the carpet. It's a good pass, just intercepted before it got to the intended target. Here's Hidalgo on his off foot. And he is able to get that one to go off wide to the right. Not what he wanted exactly, but nonetheless, it's still something where you get a shot away. Game behind us comes to an end. Scared me for a second. I looked at our official and was like, wow, that would really be ending it early. But that is not the case. 2.5 minutes left in this one.
I mean, the whistles have been coming early towards the end of the halves, like in these latter two games here. But nothing too egregious.
Yeah. Coming up in just a little bit, we're going to have Golden Valley and Western State North. Kind of similar to what you hear on the other side, except it's north instead of south. And that'll be our final game of the day. Here on SportsNetUSA.net, we have had live continuous action here on SportsNetUSA.net. We've been more than happy to bring you that action. Ryan Osborn, Albert Robles, Joseph Pavlenko here on the call. As that one
6
is
straight
scooted away.
hours of soccer here,
Julian Bustos.
as of now.
And we
Is
have
it
yet,
really?
And we have yet
Oh,
to
yes,
cross the
indeed.
streams.
That is true. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. We had our first game start at 10 o'clock in the morning, and it almost started exactly punctual, too.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. We have been on a continuous stream throughout that entire time here on SportsNetUSA.net. Of course, the broadcaster's taking 10 minutes in between games to make sure that we're all resetting everything, have our water, have our juice.
Yeah,
Whatever we
10
need.
minutes.
Do you have water?
Hey. Had our water. Here's Jallo loading up on a shot. He sends that just wide. Was that contacted by the goalkeeper? I believe it was. So that was a nice job there by Arteaga. And he's able to get a hand on it as Jallo had an excellent shot. And it just ends up getting parried away at the last second. This should be the final chance for the Bay Valley to get on the board, as they will be just a few seconds away from ending this one. Under 30 seconds to play officially, as Hidalgo will raise his arm, line this one into the front of the box. Taken away right back by Bay Valley. Hidalgo will get it right back. Vishal looking at his wristwatch. He's going to allow for this one to go inside the box. A shot is there. It is not going to be connected on, and that will do it. So, 60 minutes gone. That's the end of this one. A final of 3-1. Western State South gets the win over Bay Valley. That'll swing us over to our 6th and final game here on SportsNetUSA.net. Stay tuned as we're going to have Golden Valley and Western State North to end things here on the men's side of the showcase. You're watching the 2025 Sophomore Showcase here on SportsNetUSA.net. And we welcome you back to the Sophomore Showcase here on SportsNetUSA.net. Our final game here today as we get set to finish this 2025 Sophomore Showcase off with style. Our matchup now, Golden Valley and Western State North, as it's mainly Saddleback, Rio Hondo, Golden West, and Allen Hancock on the one side. And on the other for Golden Valley, Butte, Lake Tahoe, Santa Rosa, Taft, Santiago Canyon. We'll get to the lineups in just a couple of moments as we finish things off here. Just about 1 hour of game time between these two teams. Ball over towards the right. It will find its way to the near side. Chance on the left, swings over. Golden Valley in the red. Their lineup will be Manny Diaz in goal along with Mateo Di Gennaro. Ivan Vegas, all four of them with Beckham Pointer out of Butte. Jesus Mendoza, Alex Avina, and Carson Dennis out of Lake Tahoe. Elliot Lindell, Chris Juarez, and Sam Everakes with Braden Sermonelli out of Santa Rosa, Taft, and Santiago Canyon. This one's down the middle, taken over. Nicely done there by Max Brewster. Western State, speaking of, with Max Brewster out of Allen Hancock, Benny Nicholas with Robert Torres. Those are the three from Allen Hancock. Then you have Danny Contreras, in addition to Gus Rodesinder with Christoph Lukmeyer. All from Saddleback, Ignacio Fonseca with Ryan Ching, Sergio Nuno, Yair Hernandez, all from Rio Hondo, and then Yasir Duque out of Golden West College. On the left-hand side, Yair Hernandez trying to get it to someone. He does end up getting it back from Yasir Duque. Duque, excellent talent out of Golden West. Kind of a leader for them, all-conference selection. Taken away, nicely done by Mateo Di Gennaro. Heavy pressure, nearly kicked away by Contreras. Contreras trying to find it, goes as a throw-in. Ryan Osborn, Albert Robles, Joseph Pavlenko here on the final call of the day. It's game number 6 from the Sophomore Showcase, live here on SportsNetUSA.net. Also here on SportsNetUSA.net, the final matchup on the other side, where the women's side of the showcase is finishing up their last match of the day.
That matchup being between the Western State North and Big 8 conferences.
There we go. So everyone's getting their last chances in to display their talent to the 4-year university level. Sun's starting to set here in Mission Viejo. That one's taken away, shot taken, just wide.
I'd say it's like 10 minutes before it gets behind that little hill.
Yeah,
just
just
the distance.
It's at that stage, or the sun is at that stage where it's not uncomfortable to be able to look out, but if you stare in the exact right spot, it'll blind you.
That's what you think. Where's the ball?
I wonder if that's what the boss sang about.
Listen, if there's anyone who's an expert on something that the boss sang about, it's our guy on camera. Here's a chance for Golden Valley coming down towards the bottom of your screen. That's where they're attacking. A little off balance was Carson Dennis, but he's able to get back in time. Lots of student athletes here, if you think about it. Let's just say you go an average of 12 guys per team. Then a total of 12 teams You're looking at 144 players just on the men's side of the showcase.
Math.
And he said he couldn't do calculus. I mean, calculations.
Listen.
That's just knowing your times tables, good sir.
That one wasn't even me mathing it. That was just like Albert
12 times
mentioned.
12 equals 144.
Exactly.
That
I
was off
remember
the
the
dome?
card. I can see the card in my mind, the little note card that said 12 times 12, and it said 144. I'm happy with myself, okay? But then you go 144 on one side, 144 on the other side. That's 288 double math.
Yeah.
Freestyle
Kicked away.
multiplication off the dome.
Ranked competitive multiplication. Getting a little goofy here in game number 6.
It's scoop time.
Oh.
There's a lot of taco sales downstairs for
That's true.
well over 300 people who would have been here at this event, at least.
Yeah, I honestly, if you take a look at, you go the student athletes, there's 288 of them on average. It's not exactly, but 288 on average. Then you go, we'll say an additional 300 parents, because that's not counting 2 parents per player.
Yeah, that's just being conservative with it. I mean, you could
Right.
at least have like a good 1,000 people here.
Yeah, easily.
Yeah.
Especially with coaches and staff and
Support staff and
recruits too, or
Recruiters.
recruiting. Yeah. So if you're looking at 1,000 people here, that's a lot of people and moving parts to have to get together and make sure that you got everything completely squared away for. But like we mentioned, the CCCSCA has done extremely well in making sure that everyone was prepared for this event. Getting the players ready to roll. And also players that have stepped in to fill out rosters as well.
I can only barely see that far corner without kind of like looking down and angling my hat just right.
It's kind of like what you mentioned, is this one is a through ball on the left-hand side of your screen.
I mean, the field does look pretty with the players being a little more backlit,
Yeah.
getting that kind of like the golden hour aura around them.
Albert out here, aura farming.
Just reminds you of looking at different tournaments that maybe you played in as a kid. Baseball tournaments, basketball tournaments, could be soccer, football camps. Just having this same style of feel in the fall. You're getting a chance to be able to go out with your friends, your teammates, your classmates, and be able to just go and play the sport that you love. And yes, they are playing it at a much higher stake. They are trying to really get themselves showcased to some incredible universities across the United States. But in the end, it's really just a testament of just how much these student athletes love the game that they play, and they loved being able to play at a community college and find their way by way of a community college. I know the old cliche, especially with junior colleges, junior college athletics, is that everyone has their own path, but this is as true as it gets for a lot of these different guys. You look at some of the backstories and you talk to some of these athletes and their families, their parents, their coaches, and you say, all right, well, what's the inside scoop on this player? How good are they? Well, you can tell based off the tape. You can tell based off the numbers. Those two will tell a tale. But then you also get a chance to talk to these student athletes and say, all right, what is your passion? Is it soccer? Is it being able to be out there playing a game that you like to play, but being out there with your teammates? Finding a relationship or a group of relationships that you can have for a lifetime. Also creating connections for the job force in the future, as that one was nearly a giveaway just outside the box. Careful tackle on this left-hand side by Mateo, and he's going to look for a teammate. He does find one. And then also, what are your goals coming up in the future? Are you looking to continue with soccer? Are you looking to create a career out of soccer? Are you looking to getting into coaching? Are you looking to use soccer to be able to find yourself that next level degree? Is it your method that you are using to go out and get a degree that you don't have to fully finance because you can get a scholarship because of how well you play or how well your academics are. There's a lot of different paths and a lot of different storylines that are going on for each of these student athletes who are participating in this event. And again, like we said, you could have well over 1,000 different people here with 1,000 different stories. And the entire reason why they're here is to support these student athletes. Granted, if they are the student athletes, they're here to support themselves, but nonetheless. This one goes out, and a goal kick. Taken away, moved up quickly by Ryan Ching. Ching looking for it, nearly getting taken down in the box. He was running up there with Gus Rodesender. Now possession taken by Jesus Mendoza. Actually, you know what, talking about the pitch that we can see and also just the background here, because if you're looking at it directly above the field that you're watching, you can see the hills and you see the valley directly below us that leads to the 5. Over top of those hills is the Pacific Ocean. You look directly over to our left. You could not get any more left on this left-hand side. Behind Joe is a perfect window to the Pacific Ocean just below San Clemente. Right behind us, you have more hills, leads into deeper South County, also a lot of trails and nature centers directly behind us. If I'm not mistaken, the Cleveland National Forest, if you keep going and going and going in that same direction. And then, of course, North County over to our right, which is north of us at this broadcast location. Brings up a good point. When you look at this stadium, also field number 2.
Number 1 in our hearts, though.
What has been some of the most picturesque stadiums that you have seen at the community college level for games, regardless of sport?
There's not many, at least at this level, that I can name. I mean, of course, you know, the famous stadium at Chavez Ravine has, you know, terrific view. Saddleback here has a terrific view when you're actually in the stadium, looking over the golf course and the other areas beyond it. Just fantastic views. And I know Mark and Corey would have some other opinions of some other stadiums, at least for football at the collegiate level, that they would know have some very beautiful picturesque views.
Joe, you've seen a few stadiums here in Southern California, just like Albert. There are a lot of different stadiums across not only just Southern California, but across community college that have a nice aesthetic to it.
Yes, sir. I don't get around much, but so I'm going to have the lame duck answer, and I'd say Saddleback if I had to pick one.
Saddleback College, brand new renovation over the last 3 years, and it looks fantastic. They opened it 3 years ago, if I remember correctly, and it has continuously served the Saddleback program as they are trying to watch this one nearly go in. Does it get popped in at the end? Double save, and an excellent shutdown chance there by Manny Diaz. He makes 1 save, makes 2, and then a diving save at the end. Manny Diaz just absolutely alive on that one and is able to stop this from having the opening score get credited to Western State North.
That's why you listen to Gordon Bombay. You pick up the trash.
So Diaz keeps it at a scoreless game. And you know what? If I'm going to ask the question, I might as well throw my hat in the ring as well. But you look at some of the most picturesque stadium views. If I start off with Orange County, or excuse me, not Orange County, but if I start off with Southern California, Santa Barbara has to be up there. Because you are very literally at the top of a hill, looking directly to the bottom of a hill, and every single direction that you look, with the exception of directly behind you, is palm trees
ocean,
and
right?
Pacific Ocean.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
So directly across the street, I'm talking literally directly across the street.
So is it basically
Is
off like
the beach.
PCH?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. No, it is very literally right off of, I believe, PCH. And I'm talking, Joe, right across the street is sand to the beach. So Santa Barbara has to be up there. I know for sure their football team plays there. We visited there here on SportsNetUSA.net a couple years ago. Can't remember if their soccer team also plays there, but if they do, that is a fantastic stadium to do so. So that ball gets intercepted, and Elliot Lindell ends up taking it away and goes the opposite direction. Saddleback right here is also up there as well, and you have to give a lot of credit to the people who designed this place, who executed this place, and making sure that it's kind of a palace for community college athletics. Now, if I also had to go to one that you're talking about just in terms of views, this is one I have visited but not for a game. San Mateo up north has a gorgeous view of the San Francisco Bay. And you can also see the city of San Francisco. You can see Oakland from where it's situated. I've been on the campus. I have seen the view, but I have not seen it for a game, as this was a corner kick that ends up on the near side of the field. And popped up into the air. That's going to be a foul, and it looks like that ends up going against Elliot Lindell of Santa Rosa.
Was that a high kick, look like?
I think he ends up just going into contact behind the back.
Okay.
And so that's what they're going to call him on. And almost spot on to what Albert Robles mentioned. It was 9.5 minutes. So almost, like I said, almost exactly spot on. The sun ends up getting set over top of the hills on the other side.
So best views, you went to San Jacinto, did a broadcast, I believe, last year with Sportsnet.
So San Jacinto,
new-ish, right?
Yes.
Would they be honorable mention, as well as I've heard good things about Mount Sax Stadium?
Well, I was kind of breaking it up into views versus stadium itself.
Oh, okay.
So if you're going views, you go Santa Barbara, you go Saddleback. San Mateo is up there as well. Depending on your style, you could also go with something like a butte per se, though it's not really for everyone because it is just kind of empty greenland. But if you're into that kind of thing, it's very nice. Another thing, if I want to go with stadiums, like you mentioned, Mount Sax is gorgeous. They just had their own renovation. That one's a relatively new stadium. I believe it's just about 5 years old, as a save is made on this near side by Max Brewster. And then Mount San Jacinto, yes, they had an entire relocation of their athletics program, so that way they could get an athletics compound. That one's headed away, and it's going to go out for a throw-in. And that is a very nice stadium, very good functional stadium, and especially for community college and for high schools out there, that is a very nice stadium. It's just like here at Saddleback, but a little bit more pared down, not as big of a opposing stand, if you will. Mount Sac, very nice, has a lot of permanent seating, just like the middle of the stadium here has at Saddleback Stadium. And then, of course, if you're talking about just stadiums in general and functionality, and you say, all right, you're talking about legendary stadiums in Southern California at the community college level. As much as we don't like it for the equipment setup, and I know Albert knows exactly where I'm going with this, it is a legendary stadium in Southern California at the community college level, because Cerritos has a fantastic overall setup because of just the way that it's overall laid out.
Their press
Great
box
chance by
is pretty great. Like that entire, 3-story, press box that it is, like it is phenomenal. Not fun to get up to.
No, not at all. If you're hauling equipment, not fun at all to
This is my workout
get up
for the
to.
week.
It is. It certainly was the last time that I was there. And then, honestly, if I know not a lot of people are going to agree with me, but I really like LaBard. I just think that it's kind of situated perfectly inside of a hill. I mean, on Orange Coast campus, as this one is lined down the middle. But it's a good place to watch a football game if you're going there as a spectator. Again, if you're lugging equipment up the stairs, maybe you're not having as much fun. But nonetheless, it's a nice little spot. And I think there's a lot of different places that if people are looking to go watch community college athletics or just sports in general, you can go to a community college stadium and really just have a good time and see quality athletics and see quality views too. Because I know that's the other thing too, is that if you're going to a live event, you always want to be able to go to a live event and say, as this one is right down the middle, and it will be into the awaiting arms of Manny Diaz. Nice job getting his 5th save of this first half. But you also want to be able to look at something that's nice to look at. And community college has a lot of different stadiums that would qualify directly underneath that.
Ryan, I would be remiss if I didn't mention another particular stadium that I frequent, and you've been to a handful of times as well, and that, of course, is Weingart Stadium over at East Los Angeles College. One of the only stadiums, I think, in all of Southern California, at least for collegiates, that actually still plays in a bowl.
Yeah.
It's a stadium that is built into the hills out there in Monterey Park and has good bones, still looks great, and I know there is supposed to be a renovation soon for that stadium. Serwin has told me, it's coming. I think they're prioritizing the gym and athletics department first before they get to the stadium. But when the time comes for Weingart Stadium to get its much-needed renovation, it'll be amazing to see what they can do with it, and it'll also be justice to kind of see that stadium kind of renewed to like a former glory, because it still packs the house whenever they have the East Los Angeles Classic, so it'll be cool to kind of see that stadium, one, to get some renovations, and to kind of be open to maybe hosting some other events such as the state championship or other events, because it also has a track field as well.
Jesus Mendoza just a few moments ago almost had the opening marker for these two teams, poked that one just past the awaiting hands of Max Brewster, but couldn't get that on goal. So it ends up going wide and a goal kick coming up. And that's exactly what happened. And going back to Weingart Stadium, I mean, not a lot of people realize how historic that stadium is, too. It's held a lot of different things, including some Olympic trials. It has hosted a lot of football as well. I mean, obviously, right? You have East LA there, but there have been a bunch of different training camps as that one hits the woodwork and ends up coming back out. Just missing there was Beckham Pointer. Looked like that was deflected, and it ends up hitting the cross joint and ends up popping out.
And, of course, it's also a very popular filming location.
Indeed.
Forrest Gump filmed there for a lot of the football scenes. If you've ever watched the morning show on Apple TV, some of the scenes where one of the characters is filmed running on track, that's at Weingart Stadium. I noticed that. I'm like, oh, hey, look at that. That's Weingart Stadium.
I mean, oftentimes, it's funny you mention that, because there's a lot of times where I'll look at whether it be a commercial or a movie or a series, especially series lately, and you'll look and you'll say, I've been to that community college stadium. I've broadcasted at that community college stadium thanks to sportsnetusa.net.
Mm-hmm.
Multiple times have I been watching something and gone, wait a minute, that's Canyons. Hey, hold the phone. That's Cerritos. But it's just, again, a testament to the fact that these are community stadiums. These are opportunities for people to come to a community college. And yes, they may not be directly attending the college, but they are still getting the community aspect. If you're able to go to one of these stadiums and watch community college athletics and you go to yourself, okay, I watched a game here. Now 2 weeks later, I'm watching a show and I see the same stadium that I was in, and you go, oh my goodness, I recognize where this place is. It just brings that community aspect in.
It's always fun to see that.
We're waxing poetic about stadiums we have been to and arenas and gyms we've been to here in Southern California as part of the 3C2A and sportsnetusa.net. And again, for those of you watching online and saying to yourself, well, hey, what action do we have on the field? Well, directly in front of us, it's Golden Valley and Western State North. Western State North is in the green. They are going from the bottom of your screen to the top. And then on the other side, Golden Valley is in red, going from the top of your screen to the bottom. We're coming up on halftime in just a little bit, around 5 minutes or so left before the half, as we get set to finish off game number 6 and complete 7 hours straight of soccer here on the air, being broadcast to you live by sportsnetusa.net. Here's a foot race that comes the other way, and Max Brewster has to get up to it quickly. Does exactly that, so he is able to calm everyone down on his own squad and get that ball away.
You were Talking about that, like someone might just be joining us, Ryan.
Well, you always want to welcome in the listeners. Let's just say someone was watching the game directly behind us and it's about to go to halftime. Well, I want to welcome whoever decides to come in and join us. And maybe it could be someone who's watching for the first time all day because their friend or their family member has been playing in this matchup, but they just got off of work, or they just finished doing some errand and they just sat down to be able to set into what is the back half of this last game. You always want to make sure that they also feel welcome. They know exactly who is on the pitch, what the score is, 0-0, by the way, and also the two teams that are playing currently.
Do we also want to remind them that if they're just joining us now, that there's 6 whole more hours of fantastic soccer, both men and women's, and finish this game and then run it back to the start?
Yes, no, absolutely. That's the other thing, too, that we welcome for everyone who is watching online. If you just tuned in and you're trying to find whether or not your niece, nephew, son, daughter, loved one, who they played, when they played, all you have to do is stay right here on this YouTube page, and you can either start this video at the start from when we started at our 10 o'clock first session of the day, as this is a chance inside the box opportunity, walk towards the goal line and put in. That'll be Jesus Mendoza. So he was kicking himself earlier for not converting on a wide open chance before, but in this case he sees this one off the bar, and it could not be any more perfectly placed on the rebound on his right knee to put it right back up and right back in. So it's 1-0. Golden Valley has taken the lead in the final matchup of this 6-game slate of matches here at the Sophomore Showcase on the men's side of things here on SportsNetUSA.net.
Put that in the back of the net at the, we'll call it the 28th minute?
27th.
Yeah,
27th minute?
right there. We're right there. So 1-0 is our score. And just a reminder, let's just say you're tuning in right now and you're saying, all right, I'm not sure if my family member, friend, loved one, or my team has played yet. I just want to remind you of what the matchups have been so far this afternoon and earlier today. Central Valley, if your person that you're watching this for is playing in the Central Valley Conference, here's Mendoza once again. That one's into the air. It's going to be punched away. That was actually getting up to it was Braden Sermonelli out of Santiago Canyon. But Central Valley played South Coast in the first matchup. Again, that was the 10 o'clock matchup. Then at 11:15, it was the Big 8 against the Inland Empire Athletic Conference. After that, at 12:30, it was the Coast South versus Pacific Coast Conference. We made sure that we had the correct guys on both sides and the correct jerseys at all times, of course. Here's a shot that ends up going right in on frame. There's another chance for Manny Diaz, and he's able to cut it down. So Manny Diaz is the one who is in on goal, and he makes the save. Just a few moments ago, we were talking about that 12:30 matchup, Coast South against Pacific Coast. Coming out of that at the 1:45 was the Coast North and the OEC. That one was a spirited affair. The OEC ended up taking that one by a 4-0 final score. Bay Valley and Western State was the one just before this. And, of course, this one at 4:15 with Golden Valley and Western State. So that is going to do it for our first half of play between Western State North and Golden Valley. As we go to the half, you are watching the 2025 Sophomore Showcase here on SportsNetUSA.net. And we're back here with Sportsnet USA.net's coverage of the 2025 Sophomore Showcase. Again, here on Sportsnet USA.net, my name is Ryan Osborn alongside Albert Robles and Joseph Pavlenko. Wow,
Hello.
I almost butchered that. Joseph Pavlenko.
Sorry, I had a PE teacher call me Potapinko in high school.
Thankfully, this is not
too
bad.
far off.
But we are live here once again as we finish off the 6th match of the day here on field number 2, and we bring you some live men's action. We're going to reset the lineups here in just a moment, as that is kept in by, it looked like, Golden Valley. And they do in fact resolve that it was Golden Valley who keeps it in. Golden Valley with Manny Diaz, who had an excellent first half. Going to send that one away. He'll get it right back. Decide to lay it over to his teammate in Sam Everakes. Everakes from down here in Southern California for Santiago Canyon. But again, like we mentioned, some of these Northern California conferences just don't exactly have all the roster spots filled out. So some of the Orange Coast, or excuse me, Orange Empire conference players, and also some South Coast and some Western State players come in to fill in some of the lineups as much as they can and as much as is their availability. Over towards the right-hand side. That gets intercepted. Lineups again, Manny Diaz in net for Golden Valley. Mateo DiGennaro out of Butte with Ivan Vegas and Beckham Pointer. Jesus Mendoza and Alex Avina with Carson Dennis, joined by Elliot Lindell, Chris Juarez, Sam Everakes, and Braden Sermonelli. 4 from Butte, 3 from Lake Tahoe, 1 Santa Rosa, 1 Taft, and 2 Santiago Canyon. Western State North, as that one is fired in on goal, but lively to the task was Max Brewster. Max Brewster in net for Western State North out of Allen Hancock. He's joined by Benny Nicholas and Robert Torres, his teammates at Allen Hancock. Jeffrin Contreras with Gus Rodesinder, Christoph Lutmeyer, all 3 from Saddleback. Then a group of 4 from Rio Hondo, Ignacio Fonseca, Ryan Ching with Sergio Nuno and Yair Hernandez, rounded out by a Golden West insert in Yasir Duque. These are the lineups here in the second half for both these two sides. Ryan, Albert, Joe here on the call for the 6th matchup, as this is an excellent job getting inside the box, but just not enough to keep it with him is Gus Rodesinder. And he is very familiar with the fields here at Saddleback, having played here for 2 years. And again, an all-conference selection in his own right. And played very well for Saddleback. Remember, this was a Saddleback men's program that was just recently revived. They didn't have a men's program for a long time. And then it got reestablished. B.J. McNichol as the head coach of both the men and women's programs here at Saddleback. He did a great job in making sure that the men's program, as soon as they were reestablished, got a chance to compete at a very high level. And Gus Rodesinder is a big-time catalyst to that exact thing. Just looking at the other stream of the women's soccer matchup, Greg Aviles has joined them on the air over there, as the bottom scroll says. They go through the lineups up over top. Mark Pavlovich, Ed Ford, Corey Nayland on the call there, as they also keep it rolling through their last matchup of the day here at the 2025 Sophomore Showcase. Heavy emphasis on every single team here getting the chance to get their sophomores as best a look as possible from four-year institutions that they are going to have a chance to go look at and play at the next level and continue their athletic prowess. Ball goes back. Left over towards Chris Juarez. Juarez is going to let that one go. Juarez looking for someone. He ends up finding the awaiting foot of Ivan Vegas. Vegas streaking right down the middle with Carson Dennis. Dennis with it once more. Getting away from Everakes. Also Rhoda Cinder in on the attack, trying to aggressively get that ball back, and it will be intercepted. And a sliding challenge there is given by Max Brewster. Sun has set. Lights taking full effect. Again, just like we were talking about earlier with how directional these lights are, you look at the far lighting post, only one half of the lighting post is on, but it's taking a full effect in that right-hand corner. So it just shows you how powerful and how directional these lights are here at Saddleback. Taken away, Elliot Lindell out of Santa Rosa looking for a teammate. It is Rhoda Cinder who has to come back for it. Rhoda Cinder, nice job to take that one away. He's got it directly in front of him. He's going to look for a teammate. He does find one in Christoph Lukmeyer. His Saddleback teammate is there, but that pass is intercepted nicely on the turnaround by Braden Sermonelli. Sermonelli with Beckham Pointer. Pointer decides to go to Mendoza. He's got the only score in this one. And they will play it back to Chris Juarez. 1-0. Exact same score here between the men and women's games. Albeit Golden Valley and the Big 8 are two different conferences. But nonetheless, still the exact same score. Down the middle, intercepted nicely by Sam Everakes as he's able to anticipate that pass across. Centering chance just doesn't end up going. And a little poke over to the right to Beckham Pointer. Pointer on the control. And he'll lay it right back. Successfully so to Chris Juarez. So this isn't necessarily a tournament, just a showcase, just to kind of look at each of the different teams and what they have to offer conference-wise. Some of the best players in the state. But have there been any performances that have stood out to you guys across the 6 games we've done?
You mean all of OEC? Which was basically the Fullerton-Irvine Valley connection.
Very valid and fair, because that was a 4-0 OEC win. All 4 goals scored by 4 different Fullerton College goal scorers. And each and every one of those 4 was connected on by an Irvine Valley College laser. So when Albert Robles mentions that it was in fact a IVC Fullerton connection, that's exactly what it was. And again, we want to thank Coach Aviles for being on the air, not only down here, but upstairs as well. We appreciate all the work that he did for not only us, but setting up this event and helping get this rolling along with the Coaches Association. Wow. Association.
It's been a long day of talking, man, and you've done most of it.
But yeah, the Orange Empire Conference and Fullerton College, quite a bit there. I'd say the other person who also stood out to me pretty well was Santana Mercado, all the way back in our very first matchup of the day. Ended up getting 2 goals in that first matchup, if I remember correctly. The only 2 in that matchup for his squad. And also Castaneda out of Norco. I believe that was the Inland Empire Athletic Conference, getting 2 goals in like 20 seconds to end that game. One of which was the decisive game winner, and then the other one gets his team out in front once more on just a nice little break pass that finds his way right down the middle. There have been more than a few guys that have looked fantastic. Goalkeepers in this one have actually done pretty well. I have to point them out. Manny Diaz and Max Brewster each recording a minimum of 4 saves in this one to this point. About 10 minutes into the second half here as we march our way to the final 20 of all 6 games here. What has been just about 7 hours of continuous soccer being played here on SportsNetUSA.net. That's if you take away the 10 minutes in between, well, quote, 10 minutes in between each and every game.
Alleged.
Yeah, alleged. And you know, Ryan, you mentioned, the performance of the keepers, and at least 2 of the games, there were shutouts. At least, 2 or 3 of the keepers, depending on how the substitutions worked on the keeper end, walked away with some clean sheets in the games.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, is just like you mentioned, right? You look at some of the substitutions that ended up happening, there were some games that we saw that finished with no score where 2 different keepers played. So to be able to continue that momentum from one side and get not necessarily cold thrown into a game, because you do know that mentally you're prepared for the second half of a game, but to enter the flow of a game like that and still continue with the success that they did, you got some really good showings in this one.
Yeah, the Pacific Coast game versus Coast South, that was a shutout for Pacific Coast. So Diego Garcia, that was a 1-0 game, so he has a clean sheet. And in the OEC versus Coast North game, that was, of course, a 4-0 shutout. 2 keepers in that game, one Steven Martinez, other Trevor Jones. Clean sheets for both of those players.
Lots of good performances in this one. Might get one here. Here's a chance on the centering pass. That one gets deflected out. It will go as a goal kick coming up. Actually, excuse me, a corner kick coming up on the left-hand side of the field. So it's an attacking opportunity now for Western State North. They're trying to get themselves on the board in this one against Golden Valley. Can't stress enough just how nice the view is from right here and where we have been staked throughout the entirety of this broadcast.
It really is a great view of the 5 and the 73.
Yeah, you're absolutely
Oh, wait, you mean
correct.
the facilities. Yeah, it looks
Yeah,
great.
yeah, exactly, exactly.
I believe there's a Costco not too far down the road over there.
There is indeed. Couple of coffee places with excellent hot chocolate.
You might be a Southern Californian if the first thing about the view you notice is the freeways are moving in the location of a Costco.
I think the biggest thing that Albert was really noticing is that, yes, the view of the freeway, but the fact that there's no traffic on the freeway in this view.
As of right now, looks pretty smooth northbound, with it, which I think is good for every single one of us here.
Actually, you are absolutely correct. Every single one of us is going to have to take that 5 northbound. Golden Valley is going to have to do exactly that later on in order to get themselves back to the conference area that they are used to.
There was a time when I was able to take the 73 to the 405 via fast track, but I no longer have access to that, so back to the 5, which is still more of a straight shot for me, but with traffic, 73 405 fast track was the fastest route. Just flying.
Just efficiency.
Yeah.
Coming to the end of this one. By end, we mean we're close to halfway done with this second half.
Words have
17
meanings,
minutes left.
Mr. Osborne.
Hey. Close to the end of this one. We are like 95% done with this 6 games, which is sad because we did have a lot of quality competition that we saw here in this one. That's the other thing, too. If you're watching a showcase like this, a tournament like this, not necessarily a tournament, but a showcase like this, as much as it would be great for goalkeepers, they'd be quite happy. But you don't want to come out and see a no-score game over and over and over. This one is right down the middle. Here's a chance. And that's a point-blank save that's going to go over top of the goal. Manny Diaz has been a star in this one. Flat out, plain and simple, Manny Diaz has kept this scoreless on the Golden Valley side. That was an excellent opportunity. You'll see the replay just a few moments ago as that one ends up going in right across. And we've got a corner kick coming up from this right-hand side. Decisively directly in front. Here's a chance. Punched out. Now a chance for a counterattack. Going the other way is Braden Sermonelli.
Had a good curve on the kick, but the keeper read that curve all the way, and a really dead-on punch-out.
Coming back, Western State North. Okay, Joe. Now we're halfway through the second half of the 6th game.
Okay. So we're still not almost done. We're halfway.
Listen, we have 1/12 left. Into the corner, it's scooped. Nice chance for numbers for Western State North. Down the middle, here's a chance, gets away. It'll find Jesus Mendoza. Actually, excuse me, that's Ivan Vegas.
That's the second time I think that they've had an opportunity that could have been a scoring opportunity, but either the pass didn't connect just right, or he took a little too long to collect and settle it, and the opportunity came and went.
One more chance for Western State North. Down the middle. Excellent little pass there. Didn't connect, but it was right on line with what they were trying to do. To the goal line. On the inside, here's an opportunity that's sent up and high. Getting a chance on that was Ryan Ching out of Rio Hondo. And he puts that one over top of the goal. Also going back to what we were talking about just before that point blank chance. As much as goalkeepers would love it and defenders would love it, a showcase like this isn't one that you want to show up to and see 6 straight 0-0 scores. We got plenty of offense. We got plenty of defense. We got quality formational play. We also saw a lot of set pieces and set plays from teams that really just haven't had an opportunity to play with each other all that much. But yet we were still able to see it form and evolve naturally and develop naturally as well. This one gets away for a second, and away goes Western State North.
And Joseph getting us a really nice view of what we currently are able to see, that nice little purple sky in the background, blending in of orange and blue.
Just looks like a painting almost if you're looking at just the sky and the silhouette of the hills in the background, because you're staring directly across to the most lighted up part of the sky right now, or what's left of it. All you see are a line of palm trees. Of course, some other native trees from Southern California, but there are at least 4 different types of palm trees you can count across that ridge line, and then just sky afterwards. A picturesque Southern California day throughout to give us some quality competition here at the Sophomore Showcase. Booted up, sky high, into the air, headed down towards the top of the box where it'll be picked up by Contreras. Contreras takes a shot, and Manny Diaz is there. Well, you can't really ask for much more from Manny Diaz. He has done more than his fair share. Going all the way down, it goes now to Brewster. Western State now with their 6th straight possession that they get into the attacking third with control. Line to Rodesender. Rodesender loading it up. Here's a knuckler that just ends up high. He went for it and just ends up missing it by maybe no more than a foot. It goes over top of the crossbar.
They've had plenty of chances, Ryan, but I think it comes down to one of the things that we were talking about while we were doing some of our matches this season, and it comes down to sometimes luck. You need the right bounce, you need the right touch, and sometimes you just don't get that, and everything else is working in your favor except for that one factor.
Yeah, and I think that's the other thing too, is not only the luck and the bounces too, but you also need to run into a goalkeeper that's not absolutely on fire like Manny Diaz is.
Yeah, I mean, also true. He is currently, can we say role-playing, cosplaying a brick wall?
Yeah, he has played extremely well He's got 6 saves in this one, which is already an impressive number enough. Then you look at the quality of chances he has faced, and it just goes up from there. He's got 6 saves officially, 8 unofficially. What I mean by that is I can think of 6 right off the top of my head, but I can't remember if there were 2 that I'm missing. Rodesinder going over towards the right-hand side. Check down, that goes over to the right touchline, and it goes out of play. Beyond the touch, and it will go for a throw-in. 10 minutes left in this one. Don't forget that if you want to continue to support community college athletics, you can stay right here on sportsnetusa.net, as we will have a lot more community college sports coming up throughout the new year. We're going to have a lot more. Albert Robles, you will hear a lot from him as well, as for the most part, Albert, you got a lot of East LA stuff that continues to work its way through the calendar, and it's not just basketball, it's not just football. You got a lot of stuff going on over at East LA, quite a bit.
Yeah, do football, basketball, volleyball, the occasional water polo game.
Anything that is possible at East LA, it seems like.
Yeah.
Then also, you of course were there for the broadcast of the swim and track state championships that happened also at East LA.
All 3 days. That was a journey, to say the least.
Liner down the middle, clings around for a second, and it's in. Oh, Manny Diaz, heartbreak session there, as he had done absolutely everything he could to make sure that that ball did not go into the back of the net throughout the game, and it's just a turnaround shot that ends up going in. And if I'm not mistaken, that's going to get credited to Benny Nicholas out of Allen Hancock.
And looking at the replay, I think you might be able to credit it an own goal, as it looks like it went off the leg there of Beckham Pointer and into the net.
So just a tough one overall for the entire Bay Valley, because you know that at this point, this is the type of spot in the game where you're thinking to yourself, yes, we are playing so that way we can showcase ourselves, but you're also thinking to yourself, all right, we've got to be able to finish off this clean sheet for our goalkeeper, who has really played well for us. And unfortunate for Manny Diaz, if you are a loved one or supporter, that one just ends up hitting the wrong deflection at the wrong time.
And that really is just a good defense of Diaz, because he has been great. And I think that if Pointer was just a little bit off to more to his right, he probably wouldn't have created that screen or deflection, and Diaz would have been right on top of it, and of course it would have gone down as another save for him.
Time after time, Diaz has been there. There's a shot that gets blocked, cleared away real quickly by Rodesinder on the gather. Now scooted to the right-hand side with Benny Nicholas. Here's Nicholas. A chance for him. That's a foul. The official right on top of that. Pretty easy for him to see. 54 minutes gone, 6 to play. In the final game of our 6 here on sportsnetusa.net. Ryan Osborn, Albert Robles, Joseph Pavlenko on the call here on field number 2 of a simulcast. Simultaneous broadcast? 2 different broadcasts at the same time.
Yeah.
The Women's Sophomore Showcase also going live here on sportsnetusa.net. Manny Diaz calling for it. He'll take it.
I think if this were probably the early days of Sportsnet USA, yes, it would have been on the radio and also, available to watch. In which case, yes, that would have been a true simulcast.
In this case, we'll call it a dual broadcast. Same time.
Simulstream?
I like that one. You know
Yeah.
what? That'll work. I like that. See, this is why Joe wears the producer hat. Very literally, a producer hat. Our technical director is Albert Robles. Camera producer over to our left, Joseph Pavlenko. Again, big thank you to Albert and Joe for both of you guys getting us up on the air visually and graphically as well. Albert, you're making sure that everything goes live and goes well. Keep up to date with the score and time. And also the camera switches too. And you have this near side cam. Joe giving us the visuals that we have continued to rely upon throughout the afternoon, morning, and night. So thank you both for being out here and braving it through what was initially a beautiful day and comfortable day. Then it became a hot day. Now it's getting
it really
cold.
wasn't even that hot.
It was
Just
hot in the
just
sunlight.
warm.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
direct sunlight. That was the issue. Even though it wasn't necessarily the worst issue either.
No, because at least we still had that cool breeze
Yeah.
to go right along with. And it's like, okay, this is nice and comfortable.
Under 5 to play. Coming up on just 4 to play, actually, in this one. Golden Valley, Western State North, deadlocked at 1. And Albert, I cannot remember off the top of my head, have we had a draw yet?
No.
Interesting. Okay, so we've had a winner in every single game, but this one so far.
It would be interesting if the last game happens to end in a draw. It's like, really? That's how we're ending things
No, then
here
they'll
on sportsnetusa.net?
Then they'll go to overtime.
Oh. Then that's when the stoppage time is going to come out. And we're gonna
So then we'll have like 2 10-minute halves.
Yeah, and then PKs.
no golden goal in effect.
What are your gentlemen's thoughts on soccer adopting sudden death overtime rule as they do in hockey?
You know, I'll let Joe answer this one to start, and then I'll give my opinion on the after.
I don't hate it because I think baseball should adopt the concept of penalty kicks, but as a type of home run derby. One pitcher, one batter, we swap. You get 3 strikes.
I've heard this before from Joe, so I'm not surprised.
So I say change is good. Let's do it.
Here's a switch over. Ching is trying to find himself some space, goes down the middle. That's where the trouble was earlier. And it gets cleared away. It's going to go all the way into the corner, but saved there. And Bay Valley has a chance to escape.
What do you think about golden goal rules, Ryan?
You know, I don't mind either side. And I know that's a very
You're a fence sitter.
helpful.
I get it.
Yeah. I get it's not very helpful as this one is dived towards the middle. Centering pass is taken away by Juarez. But having worked community college athletics, having worked Division I athletics, Division II as well, here on sportsnetusa.net, I've seen both. I've actually seen the rule change at the Division I level, and honestly, it hasn't really changed all that much in terms of pace of play or the aggressiveness of teams that I have seen, at least. You do kind of see teams decide whether or not they want to just go all out to start in overtime, but it doesn't happen very often just from the games that I've been involved in. I think personally I like the thought of PKs more because you do get the opportunity for 2 extra halves of time, right? Because you want things to be decided in the natural run of play. That's my thought process. If it's in the natural run of play, it means that you as a team were able to go out and construct and build and find your way into a win, as opposed to getting penalty kicks where, yes, there's a lot of studying that goes into it. There's also a luck portion that goes into it as that shot is blocked with just under a minute to play in this 60.
Mark would say a lot of luck goes into PKs.
He would. But I've seen a lot of goalkeepers and how they really conduct themselves in penalty kicks, and they make sure that they are really studied up on the opponent and what they've done and what their tendencies are. So personally, I kind of like the fact that the natural run of play is there for penalty kick or prior to penalty kicks rather than the golden goal, because yes, you can win it with a golden goal, right? You're building up, you get a goal. I don't like the fact that it just ends. I don't know. Maybe that's just me, the official says, hey, I'm reaching up. I see you, Ryan. I agree with you. And let's end this one up. As that is going to do it for us here tonight. The final score, our only draw of this entire showcase. It's a 1-1 draw between Golden Valley and Western State North, which will end the men's side of the showcase, and it looks like the women's game also just ended as well, which will do it for our
couple
entire
minutes ago
coverage.
that one came to its conclusion.
Thank you very much, Albert, as that is going to conclude our entire coverage of the 2025 CCCSCA Sophomore Showcase. So, again, our final in this one right here, Golden Valley 1, Western State North 1. That's the final there. For Joseph Pavlenko, for Albert Robles, I'm Ryan Osborn, thanking you for joining us. A big thank you goes to everyone here at Saddleback and also everyone who has hosted us, from BJ McNichol, Greg Avilas, Matt here at Saddleback, and also the event coordinators here for the Sophomore Showcase. Thank you to Ed Ford, Mark Pavlovich, and Corey Nayland, who were on the other side of the simulcast. That's going to do it for us. 1-1 our final, Golden Valley against Western State North. You have been watching the 2025 Sophomore Showcase here on SportsNetUSA.net.